Are you trans? Is that a costume or is that how you are? Huh?
Do I look trans?
A little bit.
You look trans,
but it's also Halloween. I look trans?
Just mind your own business. I'm not even talking to you. I don't give a fuck what you're talking.
You're offended? You're offended, but you're dressed up like a girl.
I have a beard. Do girls have beards?
Well, when they take hormones and shit, they get them.
I said what I have to say. Yeah, you said it.
Said what she had to say.
She can talk for herself too, right? She clearly doesn't want to.
So a man dressed as a woman is telling a woman dressed as an Indian she shouldn't dress that way on Halloween.
Good, thanks.
Wow. Wow. She should have told him that she should have told that guy that my personality or my culture is not your costume. That's what she should have told him. Something like that. Hey, everybody, how's it going? I did start a little bit early tonight because I was supposed to start at 10, but then I noticed I scheduled it for 10:15, and I was like, so I had to make some minor adjustments to get it to start early. And let's see who's here tonight. SB Farmer says hello. He's here. Dodgers are home. Well, back in LA anyway. Jonathan Marco said, good evening, Jim and everyone. Nice to see you. Yes. Jules says, I can't stay, but I hit the like button, and so should you. Hit subscribe, share, and show help Jim's channel grow. He's awesome, and his channel is awesome, and we all have a great time hanging out with Jim and telling us all the nice things. Well, that's great. I appreciate that, Jules. That's awesome. Renee Collins is here and says, hi, everyone. Bella's digging a hole in her bed right now. What are you doing? Jesus. I mean, look at over here digging holes in her bed. No, she laid down. See, she's being sneaky. She was over there digging like crazy, making all types of noise. None of your business is here. Hi, none of your business. I don't know if I said hi to Renee, but hi, Renee. I am Bob. What's up, dude? How you doing? Mrs. Hacker, what's up? She says hi to everybody else. Marjorie, how you doing? Choosy's here. What's up, Choosy? Just saw Solar Stinger. Nice to see you. No Jabsky, too. Yes, how's it going? Cesium Cat's here. What's up? Yeah, you woke. You have to wake up. I was over at Rackets. I think I must have fallen asleep. Yeah. Boy, that Rackets and me. Ooh, oh, he's my buddy. But he said he was going to redirect his stream to me, and then he texted me, shit, I forgot. I was like, oh, great. So I told him exactly when I was starting, and he was going to do it, but whatever. It is what it is. We'll be fine. Catherine K says, what's up to Jim and his Insomniacs? And Saxony Raxony, what's up? How you doing? Saxon Rainey, what's up? Hi, how you doing? Aura's here. What's up, Aura? How you doing? I noticed you followed me on Twitter. I followed you back. What's up? Sunshine's here too. Hi, Jim. Hi, everyone. Yeah, so there's a bunch of news and stuff to talk about today. A bunch of stuff to talk about. And before we get started, I'll say the spiel, as they say, the spiel. Oh, Jay Wills, what's up, man? And G Sharkman's here too. What's up, man? So East Wind Farms is here too. How you doing? Every night the show goes about 2.5 hours, maybe somewhere between 2 and 2.5 hours. All right, unless we hit the goal of $75. If we hit the goal of $75, then we add an extra hour to the show. And for every $75 that comes in, we add an extra hour to the show. I have tons of stuff that we could always cover, so it's never like gonna run out of things to talk about no matter what. Also, and that's on Cash App, PayPal, YouTube Super Chats or gifted memberships, Rumble Rants, Rumble memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch gifted memberships, I guess they have, and then Locals has coins that they give away and stuff like that too. So whatever, any of them sites, any of them things, we add them all up, and for every 75, we add an hour to the show. What's my handle on X? Oh, that's where we at here? Hold on, I have it somewhere. Settings. Did I screw something up here? No. Layouts. No. Camera general. I swore there's a setting here somewhere. Where is it? It's here in banners. No. Media assets. No. Style. Oh, show headlines. There we go. So it's Jim Tells You on YouTube and Rumble, and it's Jim Satala, GIMSATALA on X. And there's also I should list it. There's also Jim Tells You on X. I just set that up, but I just set that up kind of to so that no one could take it. Cesium Cat. What's up, the other guy, Gax? How you doing, Dan? What's going on? So let's see. Right here. Here's it says you can please follow, like, and subscribe at Jim Tells You on YouTube, at Jim Tells You on Rumble, at Jim Satala on X Twitter, at Jim Tells You on Locals, and you can donate Cash App at Jim Tells You $, and PayPal Satala Consulting LLC. So, It's listed. It's listed if you go to if you click on the Cesium Cat. If you click on my page or whatever on YouTube, all my stuff's there along with an email address. If you want to email me, a mailing address, all that stuff's there. You're seriously trying to wake up? Oh, okay. Well, we're gonna try. Yeah. Yeah, if the first night of the time change always makes you tired. Yeah, it's actually an hour later. So that's why I was like, oh, should I start early? Should I start late? I was going to start at 9. I didn't know what to do. Oh, and I almost forgot. So, yeah, so for every $75 that comes in across all platforms, we extend the show by an hour. And also, when we hit the $75, normally we would activate Bellavision. But for limited time only, because backed by popular demand, if we hit $50 on once we hit 50 total in donations, Bellavision gets activated. See, Bellavision gets activated. Or any individual donation of $25 or greater. So if like 5 gifted memberships, a $25 super chat, $25 donation on Cash App or PayPal, or 5 gifted memberships on Rumble, 5 gifted memberships on Twitch. I don't know how many coins that would be on locals, but you guys get the drift. But so that's how that works. So let's you got it? Just follow it on X? All right, cool. I'll Well, I think this must be you. Anyway, so I wanted to show this. So this face, you just followed. Now, Cesium Cat, give me the initials of the account you just followed by, so I can make sure it's the right one, and I'll follow you back. What's up, Trumpinator? Nice to see you. If you give me the initials, like the first letter of the first name and last name that followed me on Twitter, I will follow you back, because nobody named Cesium Cat followed me. Unless it's on the other account. But yeah, so look at his face. This is the face she gives the guy. This guy, a man dressed as a woman. We saw this. Midlife crisis comes up, and what's up, Trumpinator? How's it going? But see, this is the face. Look at his face. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Really? Yo, what's up? Yeah. Compare and contrast sleeping dogs lying and lying dogs sleeping. It happens. But yeah, so the first story of the night is going to be this. It's going to be, are Democrats trying to start a civil war? Okay, gotcha. All right, that was you. All right, so gotcha. Cool. All right. It's all taken care of. What's up, Vanilla Gorilla? How you doing? Nice to see you. Always a nice group of people here. Well, we try to get only the best people here. Only the best. Oh, Low Watermark's here. What's up? He says, Dems? Civil War? No. Yeah. Civil War, maybe. I definitely legitimately fell asleep watching Rackets, but I'm pretty sure I can fall asleep for no reason. If I sit for more than 10 minutes, I should try to get more sleep. Well, I don't know. I watch some of that stuff, the cooking streams. Like, I don't know why he's so fascinated with Kurt's cooking streams. Like, what's up, Brian Rogden in the house? Civil War, yeah. And as my good friends over at Future Conflict says, yes. It's a short answer that they're trying to start with. And the long answer is yes. Counterpoint, no, they don't. They want a color revolution. Check out the NGO Divisible did. Color revolution. Kurt streams. Yikes. Yeah, I don't know why Rackets is like but hey, whatever, man. He seems to like it. People seem to watch him. Like, he's getting a lot of people on the membership streams watching him. Are Democrats trying to start a civil war? This was published yesterday at 10 a.m., but I didn't see it, so I didn't have it on yesterday's show, so it's on today's show. That's the way it is. That's how that works. Whenever you delve into the modern history of an internal national conflict, that was weird. I had my cover on. you're bound to come across post-crisis accounts from people who say we never saw it coming or the violence hit us from nowhere. Generally speaking, these were people who weren't paying attention and they just happened to survive by sheer luck. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Hey, Terry's here. What's up, Terry? Nice to see you. Happy Sunday. Yay. I think this dynamic a lot these days. I see a very large contingent of American society, perhaps it's like 25%, which has been radicalized or brainwashed beyond all reason or repair. These people, they're leftists. They're crazy, insane leftists. They operate deep within a protected bubble of propaganda and zealotry. And they function like a hive mind that does not deviate from the demands of their gatekeepers. They can't be reasoned with, nor can they be satiated. They lust for power and suffering, and the suffering of anyone who opposes them. It's crazy. What's up, AZ Merce? Nice to see you tonight, man. It's great. We got the gangs all here, man. We got like 60 people already here on YouTube. Crazy. Yeah, they want this communist revolution. That's what they want. Well, one can see an immediate difference between the sides. Conservatives are so independent, we infight constantly. I mean, you're seeing that, hey, Richard's here. What's up? Hello, hail, fellow Jimsomniacs. That's right. We're all here. Mm-hmm. Yes, hit like, share, subscribe, hit the notification bell, select all, and share it out to your friends. Tell your friends, man. That's right, Merce. We were waiting here for you. I couldn't start until you got here, Merce, so I'm glad you're here. Oh, Colorado Mountain Girl's here too. What's up? Nice to see you. And conservatives are so independent, we fight constantly. We might agree on basic values, even in these we sometimes agree, but in terms of policy and action, we rarely shake hands. For the political left, any disagreement with the majority leads to immediate ostracism. The hive mind doesn't tolerate individual rebellion. Only the gatekeepers can change the mindset or the mission of the mob. Crazy. Mm-hmm. Yes, Richard is the leader. Mm-hmm. Dick leader. And it is strange. Is it strange? It is strange then that this dichotomy has resulted in conservatives with their values of liberty and independence to seeking order. Meanwhile, leftists and their Orwellian uniformity of thought seek chaos and the deconstruction of civilization. You would think the relationship would be reversed, but this is the way it's always been. Looking back at the events of the Bolshevik Revolution and the long list of Marxist disruptions in Europe following World War I, it should not have been at all surprising to Europeans that domestic conflict would erupt. They should have seen it coming. It should have not been surprising that people would follow their natural inclination to rally around their founding heritage rather than submit to the cultural and moral relativism of the radical left. I guess he's talking about a certain country there, and the country that shall not be named unless you want to get, called the N-word, not the bad N-word. Well, I don't know. I guess they're both bad. The four-letter N-word. How's that? Fascism was popular exactly because it offered shelter from the chaos and degeneracy of communism. The war and brutality that followed was seen as a balancing of the scales. Europeans wanted to ensure that the communists would never get a chance to wreak havoc again. To be clear, both systems of governance are authoritarian and can lead to monstrous outcomes, but communism's love for economic sabotage, mob actions, and political violence are almost always a precursor to a fascist crackdown. You're right, nincompoop. That's the word. Mm-hmm. If you're not the leader, then who is, Richard? Because we all you say when, and it's where we go. Some people were talking. Yeah, they were. The public does not embrace fascism in a vacuum. They must be compelled by an existential threat. The question is, can communist subversion be defeated without using authoritarian measures? Is a constitutional republic equipped to deal with this kind of threat? When someone wages war on your society internally, is there a way to fight them while remaining civic-minded? Probably not. That's right. You gotta, if you're either fighting to win or you're fighting to lose. And if you're not fighting to win, you're fighting to lose. What we are witnessing in the U.S. and Europe today is in every way a Marxist communist insurgency. It's difficult to determine what stage we are at in this war. We have moved well beyond the stage of propaganda and mob influence into the realm of political violence with multiple assassination attempts and terror attacks against civilian targets. The gatekeepers for the woke communist movement are obviously Democrat politicians and media influencers. And they've been constantly, consistently, and actively encouraging mass hysteria and violence. They have used media to spin to protect activist groups like Antifa, pretending that such organizations don't even exist. Isn't it illegal to be an open communist in the United States? Well, yes. I mean, it is against the law to be a member of the Communist Party, and they can actually strip you of security clearances. I mean, they can't, I don't think they can throw you in jail for it, but they can basically, basically keep you unemployed and say, well, no, we can't have a communist working here. And, they pretend that Antifa doesn't exist. They try to convince us, the greatest trick that the devil ever pulled was to convince you that he didn't exist. And that's what they did with Antifa. They're trying to convince you that Antifa doesn't exist. Whatever activists cause harm or death, the media and political leaders immediately move to defend the action as if it was justified. Oh, well, Charlie Kirk, he was a racist. It was okay what happened to him. And we saw it. When asked why Democrats are continuing down the path of militancy, their response is that Donald Trump is a dictator and a fascist. Yet these same people can't seem to come up with a single legitimate example of how Trump is acting like a dictator. Yes, most car companies are run by leftists. Yes, they are. I mean, if Trump was a dictator, he would have told these judges to go pound sand and wouldn't have done anything they said. They would be just chucking people out of the country with no regard for due process. They are using due process. That's why fucking Abrego Garcia is still in the country. That's why, what's his name? Muhammad Akbel Muhammad, whatever his name is, the guy that was running the fucking Hamas protests at Colombia. That's why he's still there. Muhammad Jihad, whatever his name is. Yeah. Deportations of illegal immigrants. Most countries on earth have basic immigration laws and enforce them much more harshly than the Trump administration does. Cuts to federal programs and employees. The president is perfectly within his power of office to reduce waste in the federal government. How about using the National Guard in U.S. cities? Democrat leaders in those cities have aided violent activists, helping to disrupt ICE operations while threatening the lives of agents. If they don't want the National Guard in their cities, they should stop waging war on immigration officials. That's why unions and lobbies exist. Well, Gerald Nadler told you Antifa was just an idea. Was that before or after he shit in his pants? Just wondering. Because if he had shit in his pants, I wouldn't believe him. From Trump's remodeling of the White House ballroom to the U.S. troops countering drug smugglers, everything Trump does is blown out of proportion by the Democrats into an end of democracy scenario. Their useful idiot followers then take these claims as permission to create even more turmoil. Government shutdown in particular has become a nexus point for this agenda. The Senate needs only 5 Democrat votes to reopen the government with a clean funding bill, but Democrats refuse to see reason. Meanwhile, they're blaming Republicans for the consequences of the shutdown, specifically seeking public pain as leverage over conservatives. Trumpinator, unions by definition are kind of a socialistic, communistic organization by definition. The thing is that if they're used just to make sure workers' rights are protected, to organize and stuff like that, if they would stay out of politics, they would be a lot better, but they just can't seem to stay out of politics. Yeah, unions equal a collective, and Democrats are collectivists. Trump is already being held accountable for a prolonged shutdown of EBT. Democrats know their audience well. They know the free stuff army is entitled, vicious, and easy to manipulate. Let's see. Is this a video we can watch? Oh.
Welcome back to the Edwards Report. My name's Kalen, and food stamps are running out. The federal government shutdown has frozen SNAP funding, and over 42 million Americans can lose their benefits next month. Is this the government cleaning up waste? Or are they cutting off help to people who are just hungry? We're gonna explore both sides today, so let's get into it.
I'm gonna tell y'all straight the fuck up, bitch, and I'm dead fucking serious, like I'm dead ass. So look at me as I look at y'all as I'm fucking talking. I just got that fucking text. And that fucking text said the link is cut off in November before my motherfucking kids go without. Before my kids go without and don't have shit and be hungry and broke as I have shit to eat in their stomach, I'm gonna go in every store possible there is and get everything that I regularly get. I'm gonna put it in a motherfucking basket and I'm gonna take it. Don't get the pressing no charges, try to stop me and block me and hold me at the door. None of that. So since the link is cut off and the government want to get shut the down, I'm gonna go in the store regularly like I do if I had my motherfucking food stamp card. I'm gonna load my cart up one by one, pick my items out like I'm regularly shopping, and I'm gonna push that cart right the fuck out the building with me.
Now, sir, why would you do that? Now, let us reason, sir. Why would you do that? Why would you act as if you are so entitled to get anything for free? It's the grocery store, not the food bank. You can't just walk up in. It's as if the people have been on this assistance for so long and they've been frauding the system for so long. That's not that they really need it. It's that they don't want to work to get off of it. We're not talking about the people that really need it. But these people have been so absorbed in this mindset that I think they forget what this actually is. That EBT is like a cash substitute. What? Like somebody is.
Snarf, you're gonna have to send it to me. You're gonna have to send it to me on. You're gonna have to send it to me on like Twitter or something, or leave a comment on a video, and I'll be able to get it there. Hold on, because it didn't. What's up, Steve Hilliard's here too. You know what? Whatever. Here, as a moderator, standard moderator. Here. If you want to post a link now, Snarf, you can. You can post a link for that now, and I'll pull it up. Yeah, it's generational welfare. That's what we're seeing, a lot of it, and it's pretty sad. Decalius is the channel. Oh, no, it's not a channel. They need to be like specific MP3 files to put them on a soundboard. So they got to be like actual sound files. Like not, I can't like, I don't, maybe I could. I guess I probably could. I could probably record them and then. This probably isn't going to be a proper thing to say, but if we added up how much these people have gotten paid through welfare, their parents or siblings or grandparents, how much? Trillions of dollars. Trillions with a T. Trillions of dollars. Just check it out later. Okay. All right. You Snarf though. You're gonna have to put the link in the chat now for me to get it. It's funny. All right. I made you a mod so you could actually post the link. Oh, Steve says hello, chat ladies, especially my friend Ms. Hacker. Oh, I didn't think I should use Audacity program and convert it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I could do that. It's some work. I mean, I'm lazy. The party never starts till Steve Hilliard arrives. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. Let's see. You got more of this now?
Paying for the food for you. So they go into the grocery stores now and they think that they just entitled to everything, to anything that's in there. Because it's been so long since they didn't pay for some groceries. So now you getting this reaction to the government cutting them off. What? It ain't like, oh, it was good while it lasted. I appreciated what I got. It's like, nah, gimme.
Gimme.
Where's the entitlement
it's
come
the gimme
from?
dats.
These were benefits.
Give me dats.
This was given to you. You didn't have to work for this. Like, imagine revolting this much, having to do what literally everybody else already does, which is go to work and spend the money that they work for to put food in their own mouths and in the mouths of their family. Yeah. Imagine.
Yeah, the same thing is happening in healthcare. All this stuff that they're talking about healthcare rates going up and all that stuff, it's not healthcare rates going up. The healthcare rates are already up. But what happened was healthcare rates were going up, and Democrats in 2021 under Biden were like, oh, fuck, man, healthcare rates are going crazy. We're going to have to do something. Here's an idea. Let's give subsidies to people. We're going to give these subsidies to people. That way they don't realize they're going up so fast. So we're going to take from everyone else that's not doing this and take their money to pay for these other people's health care. And now it's like, oh, they're going to go from this price to this price. But then someone else is paying those subsidies. It's coming from all of us. to cover those few peoples. The ACA, yeah, the Affordable Care Act, which just like the Patriot Act, just like all the stuff that they always name, it does the opposite. You know, FISA, Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, was so they could spy on us. It's never what they say, you know. They could have an act that says free puppies for everyone, and what they would give you would be dead puppies. But they're free, even though they're dead. I don't know. It's wealth redistribution. It's not this. Tim, what's up? Nice to see you. Yeah. Healthcare, housing, preschool, college advantage, SNAP. Yeah, it's everywhere. And it's getting worse and worse and worse. I mean, we talked last night briefly about New Mexico just enacted universal child care for everyone. It's like, what? And they're like, well, we don't have enough people to do it, and we don't have enough spots, but we're going to do this, just make it worse. Yeah. The $2 trillion a year, which is all deficit for subsidies. Yeah. Arctic frost, definitely. It was horrible what they did. And hopefully, like, there's actually some people that's saying that Judge Boasberg broke the law and he needs to go to jail. It says, when I was off work a long time ago, I applied for food stamps. I got $9 a month. Thanks, government. It's crazy. I want to know why some of these illegal aliens are getting thousands of dollars a month. Thousands. You know, like, it's when they did all the shit that Biden did, all the stuff that this crazy amount of money that they spent 2021, like, they doubled the SNAP cost. I mean, we saw the chart. It doubled SNAP. It went from like what was it? Like 400 billion to like 800 billion or something, like some insane number like that, like crazy numbers. It doubled. And you know, from 2019 to 2021 or 2020 to 2021, it doubled. SNAP doubled immediately. And then he tried to keep it there. And all that Republicans did at the beginning of the year with that big, beautiful bill is they said, well, okay, let's cut this back to like only, you know, like 25% off the top of that. Let's get rid of these people that shouldn't be on it. Basically, they said if you're an able-bodied, you know, like if you're not disabled, if you're a working age, able-bodied, illegals not only get SNAP, they get cash cards too. Pam says, I'm 66 years old. I live on Social Security alone. I get a whopping $23 a month. It's brutal. It is brutal. Like, why? You're too dumb to get the URL? All right. Well, 2 snaps. That is the missing 300,000 fake kids. You think so? You think those kids are missing are fake? And we see how hard it is to cut these programs. Yeah, anytime they try to cut anything, they take it to court. Like, Congress passed a law to cut it, and judges tried to order Congress saying, oh, no, you can't cut it. It doesn't matter what Congress said. We get to control everything. So let's see.
Imagine if you had to pay your own rent. Imagine if you had to adult. I mean, I know some of us internally feel like this, and sometimes want a handout because we work so hard to be able to provide. But imagine having this response.
And don't get in my way. Don't stop me. Don't put your fucking hands on me because I'm going to prosecute you. My kids not finna not have no snacks. And if you feel like you that motherfucking froggy that you got to follow me to my motherfucking car, you won't be having no motherfucking position to go back to. You act like you paid for the items in the store that I'm taking. Like you finna die for this position at this job. Because
the place will go out of business if they don't make a profit. Like, what do they think this stuff just grow on trees? They think that it just fell out the cuckoo's nest. Oh, it just grows on trees.
They won't cut the programs, but they'll cut the rights. Yes, they will.
It's a business. The business makes money. Business uses that money to buy supplies. They use the profit to pay the employees.
Yeah.
If you just go.
Yeah, this guy's got a nice flat screen TV. He's got a nice apartment. Probably got an Xbox behind him on a widescreen behind him. But he's complaining about food stamps and all this stuff. I mean, let's be food desert. Yeah, it's crazy. Oh, Audra, I'm sorry. Sorry to hear about your husband, Audra. I didn't. All these people, Audra says, all these people should be thrown in jail 30 years ago. Would it have been allowed to go on? I don't think so. No, let's put in. History will call 2025 the start of accountability. I hope so, Woodtick Mike. I really do. Nice to see you, Woodtick Mike. I'm not going to watch all this. This is 28 minutes. We're going to watch a little bit more, but I want to read some more of this article. This is just basically.
Steal everything. There ain't no money to be made. Grocery stores already operate on very low margins. What do they think this is?
Because once you up, they gonna fire you too. Don't get in my mother way. Shut down. I need to know what's going on. I got 9 kids to feed. 9 babies. And I want to know why they ain't put my food stuff on their car. Do what? I done been waiting. I done did my application. And I got 3 handicapped babies. I need to know why my food stamps ain't on my car. This is not right. This ain't fair. I don't care about no shutdown or none of that. But I've been calm. I've been calling. Everybody ignoring me. I've been here 3, 4, 5 times. I want to know why.
First of all, something's weird because everybody got their money for October. All right. It's November 2nd. November 2nd. What, so she was at the food stamp office on a Saturday? You're going to tell me the food stamp office was open Saturday? Huh. This is as funny as the supermoons. Is this it, Snarf? Decaeus? And I wonder why businesses lead their neighborhoods. Let's see. This is probably it. Look first. We'll look at this later. Oh. Got a little cold going on. I'm sure they got. I'm sure she got a lot more than $9. Oh yeah, 9 kids. She's probably getting $4,500 a month or something. My condolences, Audra. I'm sorry I got behind in the chat. I did not see that. If she said. Did I screw something up? Thanks. It's been really horrible. I lost my daughter. Oh my God. Oh, I'm so sorry. That is so horrible. You should never have to bury a child. That is not natural. That's not the way it's intended. I'll find it. Let's see what else.
My food stamps on my card. I got 9 babies to feed.
This girl been waiting all this time.
Ma'am, I done
Still
been
ain't
called,
got
I
no
done been
food
down here,
stamps.
and I'm tired.
Sad.
I done been there, done did all that, and
Feed
they
their
still ain't
kids,
put my
and
food stamps
still
on
ain't
because
getting
it's
no
shut
food
down.
stamps.
This is not fair.
9 babies, and some of them disabled. And this, I could hear it in her voice. She's hurt. This is that stage you get to before you really lose it. But if she start really crashing out on everybody, we're going to be like, oh, wow, why is she doing all that? She trying to keep her composure. I say give her the food stamps. If you really got 9 kids, you got some disabled. Yeah. In this economy, get the woman the food stamps. And that's the tragedy that's happening right now. You know, a lot of us, we come down on the fried. We come down on all that stuff. But y'all, we know she probably shouldn't have had 9 babies, clearly.
Well,
With the babies?
where's any of the fathers of the 9 babies? Because I would bet money that they're not all 9 from the same person. Because if they are, that's, that would be rare. And where is that person? First of all. Second of all, what about some accountability? These people. Yeah, what are the odds unless she's a foster mom? That's what I'm thinking. Maybe she's a foster mom. But if she's a foster mom, she's actually getting paid money from the state to be a foster mom. And I don't think you're going to be honest. The amount of money that they give you for raising a foster kid, I don't think would qualify you to be on food stamps. I just don't. Because I think they give you a couple grand per kid a month. Like at least a grand or 2 per month for every foster kid. I'm just now trying to put myself out there. Thanks to all you wonderful people here in Jim. You helped me so much. Until a few weeks ago, I was pretty much a hermit. Well, if you ever want to talk or something, like just someone to talk to, you message me on Twitter. I'll arrange to talk. Try to talk to you and try to help you get through stuff. Just if you need a voice in the ear. Yeah. The 9 baby lady voted Democrat. How many Democrats voted to pay SNAP? 1. Mm-hmm. But Jim, I was told the welfare queens don't exist. Well, I think we're looking at one right now. I mean, she might be insulted by that nomenclature, but 9 kids. She's probably making six figures in friggin' benefits because they don't have like a cap or something. It's like, oh, for each kid you get this much, and it's not like, well, you got 10 kids, so you get a cap here. It's like, yeah, so they say. Definitely. Foster parents collect food stamps. The cash they get is for housing and necessities. Okay, all right, I didn't know that. I thought but if you got 9 kids and that they're foster kids, you got one house. I mean, how big of a? I mean, let's be realistic here. Who's handsome? How much money? Foster does not pay. They give a stipend. LOC basic level 1 is $1,300 a month. Yeah, but if, like she's saying, Fed does have a cap. States vary. But if she says she has disabled kids, she's also getting Social Security for those disabled kids. Like each disabled kid gets to collect Social Security, SSI or SSDI or whatever it is. All right, let's
are here. What are they gonna do? Starve? This is where I part ways with some of y'all. I'm not advocating for it. I'm just saying it's case by case. It's case by case because not everybody has 9 kids with a few of them disabled. Okay, not everybody has that. But when they do, and they really can't afford them, then the system got to step in. What do y'all think? Am I a little too compassionate? Am I a little too empathetic? I know some of y'all going to cook me.
I'm tired. I done did all that. Now I need to know what a supervisor or somebody. I need somebody to help me. I got 9 kids to feed. 9 kids. 4 of them ain't mine. I'm taking care of other people's kids. I'm old. I'm tired. I got arthritis. I'm tired.
So she's got 4 kids that aren't hers. So she should be, unless it's not like it's just, unless it's 8 in jail, 1 still missing. Oh, come on, man. It's very expensive to be poor. It is.
I done had an appointment now. They told me my car money supposed to be on my car. It ain't on there yet. Y'all gotta fix this now. I don't have nothing to do with that shutdown. I'm stressed out. I'm a single mama and I'm helping other people's kids. Now I need my stamps now. I ain't gonna keep going through this. I'm already going through a lot of pain. I came down here. This is my 5th time coming down. I had an interview and all. Now this ain't fair how y'all doing people.
All right. Well, I'm going to say this right now. I don't think her food stamps issue has anything to do with the shutdown because she said she's been down there 5 times. So there's something going on. She's doing something where she's asking for money. They might think she's committing fraud and they might be investigating her because if she just all of a sudden came up with new kids that she says she's taking care of, I don't know. I'm just saying it sounds like this has been going on for a while and they all got paid up to yesterday. Everything was paid for her. November 1st was when it was stopped being paid. So all these fucking people complaining about stuff, like, you should be able to go a couple days, like it shouldn't be like the end of the world on November 1st. Like you're starving on November 1st. Just saying. Like, I'm just saying. I don't know. I feel this is more than a news site, but a site to contribute amongst like-minded friends. Well, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to make this a community where we can talk about things in the news and we can understand them better. I could tell you my opinion on it. You guys tell me your opinion on it, and maybe you'll change my mind. Maybe I'll change your mind. Who knows? Maybe we'll get to the truth. Maybe we'll have a conversation. That's what I'm trying to strive for here. I know as the channel grows, it's going to be harder, but I'm going to keep trying. I'm going to make an effort to do it. We'll do things like, special, once it gets big enough, we'll do things like, specific members only shows, talk and stuff. And who knows, maybe I'll set up like call-in shows where people can call in, do different things, Well, I try to be intimate too. I mean, I know we get into them, but I try to be intimate with the chat. That's what I try.
This ain't fair. I done been all back there. Y'all done did my interview and all that. I still ain't got my steps. Still ain't got my steps. Y'all done let the people shut down the government. Now they ain't gonna give me my steps.
It's so sad.
And I don't want to go to jail. So that's where I'm going next when it comes to these babies. Now I gotta go steal and shit. Now I gotta go steal food to put in my house. Y'all ain't got no boxes of food here?
Now I'm starting to think maybe this
Y'all
lady's
ain't
full
got
of
no
crap
food to give me?
because
Y'all don't have nothing to give me? Don't be recording me, Mel.
don't need no member shows, only need Bella. I'm starting to think maybe this lady is maybe this lady's lying.
Bother me and my food. I'm just so tired of his big back bald head, 150 pounds solid. Baby, you want to see a human motherfucker bulldozer, baby? Because that's what the I'm gonna turn into. If you think you gonna stop me from
Yeah, it sounds like she just it sounded like she just started applying. She just went in there, just applied, just got the interviews for all these things. And now she's going, where is it? Give it to me. It's a shutdown. It's like it's suspect. I'll put it this way. It's suspect. It's very suspect. It says, without special needs, I remember the state I live in had a cap. I remember $200 a month per child with a cap of like $1,200 a family. Single women would stop at 6. They made a career of it. I thought it was way more than that. Then look at this first of the night. Jay Wills. Says these programs need cutting, or are we just going deeper in the hole? Wages hit to go up or prices to go down. Something. I feel like UBI is coming. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of people that say we're going to need UBI with AI and all this other robotics and stuff, that there's going to have to be like some kind of UBI. But if everybody's getting UBI and they're just using that money to pay these companies that then pay the taxes back to the government, that sure sounds a lot like communism. I don't know. And with that, folks, we are now $70 away from the first extra hour and $45 away from Bellavision. Bellavision. Yeah, UBI is Universal Basic Income. The state I live in also years ago. Okay. I thought it was a lot more than that. Like I knew people that would take kids in, Universal UBI, Universal Basic Income. It's coming. I have a feeling it's coming. Because too many. There's too many people not working. There's too many people that are. There's only 150 million people that file taxes every year. All right, that's it. That file taxes, 150 million out of 400 million, so 150 million. And out of that 150 million, only 100 actually pay taxes. So you've got 400 million people. And the government taking money only from 100 million people to pay the other 300 million people. It's fucked up. The biggest problem started when you stopped having to prove you were a citizen and were trying to get a job. I remember even back, just not even when I was, not even that long ago, when I was still working. If you were on unemployment, you had to show that you were looking for jobs. You had to show them that you were looking for jobs. UBI was Andrew Yang's platform. Yeah, but it's there's more people than Andrew Yang talking about it and saying things, and there's a lot of other people like that are talking about it. I don't want it because I think everyone should work, or something, or isn't there a saying about idle hands? UBI is never going to work because communism always fails. Well, I know it's never going to work, and I know it's going to cause a problem. It's going to be a major issue. The problem, though, is that there's too many Gibbs meat-ats in this country. How else do you think Democrats keep winning elections? Watch the latest Joe Rogan, Elon Musk interview. They talk about equal income. They don't call it UBI. Yeah. And then the number one problem is everyone abuses the system. It is. Yeah. And Star LL says, I still have $40 left in food stamps because I bought only Nestle items because of the shutdown. Yeah. Dems steal elections every way there is. Yeah, they promise people to give them stuff. They pay people money. They do different things. So let's see what this is.
Monthly groceries that I get every day month. I ain't bothering no damn body, okay? Why the y'all bothering me and my goddamn food? I'm just so tired of his big back, bald head, cradle cap, shaped like a motherfucker when any motherfucker albino motherfucker walrus looking. I'm sick of him. Like, it's gonna be an episode of Snap if y'all turn them Snap benefits off. I can tell you that.
So let's start with the conservative perspective, because conservatives are arguing that this crackdown was way too long overdue. Snap fraud has hit record highs with over
Record highs.
691,000 reported thefts this year alone, and an estimated $12 billion lost to fraud and trafficking. Much of that money isn't even stolen by poor families, though, and that's the thing that nobody really wants to talk about. Much of that money is actually stolen by organized crime rings, even international rings, cloning cards and selling benefits for cash. And when you consider that level of abuse, conservatives say that reform is moral, not cruel. Taxpayers are tired of paying into a system that's bleeding money, especially when it's being taken advantage of at the level.
They discovered over 12 billion in SNAP and EBT fraud. Just, that's like a month and a half almost of benefit. Well, it's over a month of benefits for the whole country in fraud. So that's a lot of fraud. That's lots of fraud. Lots of fraud. And that's just the shit they know about.
Levels that we see all across social media. Now, maybe that is a loud minority, but we see people on here flexing their food stamps. They're out here doing food stamp food hauls, and they're just throwing it in everybody's face. Conservatives are also pointing out that the new work requirements, the 20 hours a week for able-bodied adults up to age 64, encourage dignity through labor. So they're basically saying if a man don't work, a man don't eat. And when 70% of current detainees in ICE custody have no criminal convictions, some argue that welfare programs can't remain unchecked while fraud, trafficking, and dependency rise. So they're really making the case that some of these illegal immigrants that don't necessarily have a criminal history may finesse and find their way on our welfare system. What do you guys think about that? Because I think that the principle here that they're trying to represent.
Yeah, so. So I warned about this outcome at the beginning of the month. Democrats are fighting hard for the shutdown to continue because it creates greater fear in their constituency. However, if Republicans fold, the Democrats will use the same threat of civil unrest over and over again. The government will be under their control, and even though they lost the election. So 1 in 12 is fraud. Yeah, pretty much. It was $9 billion a month, but then I heard $9 billion a month in benefits, but then there's saying something about there's $1.5 billion of overhead a month, like to pay all the people, all the pay, not like to pay the people that work in the welfare offices that actually do all the stuff. It's like $1.5 billion, so it's actually like $10.5 billion a month the total cost for the program, which is insane. Democrats' rhetoric has been even worse than usual, with the DNC chair recently on CNN, MSNBC, that the Democrat Party's job right now is to win elections. That's our focus. But we may be nearing the moment when we are truly in a dictatorship and an authoritarian regime here has completely shredded the Constitution. Then elections don't matter, and then the resistance looks completely different, and we may be nearing that moment. Yeah, like that guy we watched last night that was saying that they got to go, and they're going to go to Washington, and they're going to surround the White House until Trump is forced from office, which is a coup. And then, Schumer also made provocative statements calling for resistance against Trump. This is tyranny. This is what happens to dictatorships. I don't care if you're a Democrat, Republican, whatever. People should be forcefully rising up against this. That's a seditious conspiracy. That is way orders of magnitude worse than what Trump said on January 6th when he said, go protest peacefully and patriotically. This is forcefully rising up against this. That is seditious conspiracy. It is. It's only going to get worse. More fat people complaining about SNAP. It's not fixed now. Yeah. Remember me telling about my neighbor getting her EBT funds stolen a couple months ago? Texas just busted a fraud ring, $15 million. Last time her bennies were stolen. And we're in Texas. Yeah. That is messed up. That is messed up. I don't know. Get some. Oh. What is coming on November 5th? I keep hearing about that. There's an election November 5th. So that's why a lot of people are thinking the Democrats are doing this, because there's a bunch of elections, like local elections for like governors and, state houses and different things in states, Pennsylvania, a bunch of states, basically all over. There's elections. And so that's what they're, plotting on. In an odd and obviously inciting discussion, Joy Reid and Jasmine Crockett sent out multiple signals to leftists, barely disguising their intent. Where Maybe it is the 4th. Wait, Sunday's the 2nd, right? That is the 4th. Huh. The elections are the 4th. Okay, all right. We're in a moment where MAGA crowd is armed to the teeth, and they're not shy about it. So everybody needs to pick up a weapon, whether it's a vote, a protest sign, or whatever it takes, because this isn't just politics, it's survival. 4th, it's the day after the rise will happen. Oh, okay. The 4th Tuesday. Yeah. Thank you. I thought it was something else. Well, wait a minute. Maybe the 5th is when they think the 5th start of protests. Or maybe the 5th is another No Kings protest. I don't know. Then Jasmine Crockett, Slavey Crockett says, absolutely, Joy. This is a war. This isn't a battle. We're talking about the soul of this country. Is it the soul food? About whether democracy survives or gets crushed under fascism. And yeah, we need to arm ourselves with everything we've got. Truth, turnout, tenacity. The other side declared war on us long ago. This sure sounds like sedition to me. Numerous Democrats across social media are announcing in no uncertain terms that they want conservatives dead, and that Trump allies humiliated or eliminated. When they return to government majority and get power back, they say conservatives are going to pay a terrible price for daring to oppose them. Skynet becomes self-aware. Oh, that is the date, isn't it? November 5th, 2025, when Skynet became self-aware. They're willing to do whatever it takes to win, regardless of the rules or law. Wake up, people. That's right. What will they wear? Kente cloths or kafayas? I don't know. California Prop 50, PPIC poll shows 56% of likely voters oppose it versus 43. Now, is that something because it has to change? That actually has to change the Constitution because there's a constitutional amendment in California. Don't they have to get 60% for it to pass in California? Or is it something that they just need 51%? Numerous, yeah. But if we're living under a fascist regime, as they assert, then how could they possibly expect to return to government power? If elections are still an option, then the leftists must not be too serious about their claims of fascism. No, they don't need to get 60%. I thought it was a constitutional amendment thing in California. A perfect example is the New York mayor's race, which is going much like I predicted months ago. Zoran Mandami, the commie, is a champagne socialist communist with wealthy parents, is holding a steep lead in polling over all the other candidates. Well, I wouldn't even, it's not a constitutional amendment. No, but I thought it was, the amendment was to the Constitution about setting up the board. I thought that was in their Constitution, that they put it in their Constitution, the nonpartisan districting board. Are you sure? As I noted when the case ran, Mandami is a natural endgame of the political left, a combination of all the groups that hate Western civilization concentrated into a single man. Fascism is stealing elections. It is. Uh-oh. I see Kyle, but not Seymour. Democrats are doubling down. Mandami proudly mentioned in his recent campaign speech, arguing that the correct path of the Democrats is to blindly charge forward. In other words, they should not self-reflect on their long list of failures, but dive headfirst into radical chaos. Lady Bama, what's up? Thanks for being here. You made it. Yes, you did.
All right, welcome back. More than 160,000 voters went to the polls this weekend for early voting here in New York City for the mayor's race. With just over a week until Election Day, Democratic frontrunners Zoran Mamdani rallied supporters in Queens, telling them they are, quote, taking the city back.
Again and again, we were told that if we had any hope of beating the Republican Party, it would only be by becoming the Republican Party. This was a moment where it seemed our political horizon was narrowing.
I mean, this is ridiculous. It's fucking New York City. It's like, holy shit. It is a constitutional amendment. However, it's 50+1. I thought it had to be 60% in California for a constitutional amendment. I swore it was 60% because that's why a bunch of other stuff didn't pass. That was like 55, 56 back in the day. How did they change it? Hmm. Oh no, this. No. What happened?
And in this moment, New York, you had a choice to retreat or to fight. New York is not for sale.
Oh, but it's funny because he's only getting around 40% of the vote, this guy Madami. Does it need 60%? I don't know. Let's look. I don't know. Let's see. Here's the, let's see. Hold on. This is what it says. It says here that according to this that it says here the California vote requirements for initiatives requiring supermajority votes amendment 2026. So a yes vote supports requiring citizen initiated constitutional amendments that propose a higher vote threshold. The no vote. Oh, so okay, so I see. How would an assembly constitutional amendment 13 change the vote requirement for certain initiatives? So no, they want okay. So I see. That's what they're doing. All right. So because it was put on the ballot by the governor and the state, that's not required to be 60%. But if citizens want to put something on the ballot, it has to be 60%. That's weird. Oh. It's to suspend the amendment, not change the Constitution. It's a workaround Newsom found. I don't see how it's legally. That's not how constitutions work. You can't just suspend them. So specifically, it's a legislatively referred constitutional amendment in California state legislature voted to place it on the ballot for voters to approve or reject. I don't know. I think someone needs to sue over it personally because it doesn't sound legit to me. Anyway, so Mandami's an idiot.
All right. CBS News legal reporter Katrina Kaufman.
Okay. He's not even going to get 40% of the vote, so that's the thing. It's like, I don't know why. So prominent Democrats like AOC and Bernie Sanders are openly endorsing Mandami. Like it or not, this is the course that their party is taking, which means violent conflict is inevitable. If Dems are being honest in their rhetoric to get revenge on conservatives once they return to power, there's no reason to think they're joking. Then the rules of survival dictate that leftists can never be allowed to return to power. I mean, that's basically where they're putting us, where they're putting anyone who's not a leftist to say, like, well, we can't ever let them take power again because they're saying they're going to destroy us and kill us. We've got people saying that, if AOC becomes president, she's just going to start killing conservatives. Says, I wish Jim had a $5,000 computer. I wish I did too. Steve, I wish I had a $5,000 computer too. That'll be nice. If Democrat leaders continue this path of disrupting deportation of illegals and threatening immigration officials, then Americans will increasingly support National Guard intervention. The public may even support the arrest of those same politicians. If the leftists incite mass violence over the loss of SNAP, the gatekeepers will have to be arrested or removed from the country. One can question the constitutionality of the reaction, but the path that has led us to this is undeniable. Leftists are provoking these responses. They are making peaceful resolution impossible. They have gone so far over the top with their behavior. I have to ask, are they doing this on purpose to trigger a civil war or an authoritarian response? Do they really believe they'll be able to use national instability as a weapon to get what they want? Jim, you need food stamps. I do. I do need food stamps. Be nice. What is a computer? I don't know. I wish someone would tell me. And New York City is a drain on the entire state of New York. Yeah, it is. There's no good Dems right now. Yeah, no, there's not. I call them demon rats. My long-running theory ever since Trump ran in 2016 is that he represents the perfect scapegoat for a leftist, globalist-induced collapse in the U.S. In fact, for many years, I've posited that if real conservatives and patriots, not neocons, ever gained legitimate government power, the elites would simply crash the system around our ears and make it look like it was our fault. Yeah, probably, man. The whole country's stupid. Yeah, what's to say? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Cool. Awesome. Oh, wait. Cheap viewers on Streambo? Oh, man. Room to space. Okay, I'll check it out. They are rock stupid. Yep, they are. The plan seems to be unfolding right now. Progressive gatekeepers are using far-left activists as cannon fodder to induce crisis or a domestic war. Think about the Bolshevik Revolution. The gatekeepers spurred a revolution of the poor and working class, yet Lenin and Trotsky both came from upper-class wealth like Bendami. Hey, hell, Karl Marx came from an upper-middle-class family and married into his wife's riches. When his debts and refusal to work a steady job caught up with him, he lived off the money of his rich benefactors. The gatekeepers of the left rarely share the struggles of the downtrodden workers that they purport to represent. They only use the working class and the poor as tools to gain power and destroy their ideological enemies. This is what Democrat leaders are doing with the mentally ill rabble they have accumulated. They are aiming the naive and unhinged horde at the guts of the country, and they're hoping to create enough mayhem that Trump, conservatives, nationalists, all of us get blamed for the uncompromising response that follows. Maybe we're hoping that in the process, conservatives will haphazardly jump on the bandwagon of totalitarianism, that we will all look like villains. I think progressives are underestimating the average American's resolve to see order restored. Playing the victim may not help them garner much public empathy this time. Fetterman had a stroke and a mental breakdown is the only sane Democrat right now. It's sad, right? Bella said she's lonely. Well, I mean, she could get on screen if there was, donations and such. But so far, only $5 has come in. So it was really, oh my God, 60 Minutes is trying to make Trump look bad. Yeah, we got some of those clips. They didn't do a good job. They did not do a good job trying to make Trump look bad. So far, nothing on Rumble. Can you believe we only had Trump for 10 months? Yeah. It's crazy. It's crazy, crazy, crazy. Oh. It's hard to say what the end result will be, but I'm finding difficult to see an outcome that doesn't include considerable conflict and unfortunately bloodshed. And to be frank, most of it's likely to befall the left aside for the sake of their own self-preservation. I hope they realize they're only being used to further an agenda and that their gatekeepers don't actually care what happens to them in the end. Wow. Hey, look at that. We got a $10 from Audra. Wow. And with that, my friends, we are $60 away from the first additional hour and $35 away from Bella Vision. Bella Vision. Bella Vision. Thank you. All right. We got this story. Trump to host al-Shara in first ever visit by Syrian president to the White House. But this guy, the Syrian president, yes, thank you very much. This Syrian president guy, he's a terrorist. This guy had a bounty on his head not too long ago, like a $10 million bounty on his head. So Donald Trump will host Ahmad al-Shara for talks, the first ever visit by a Syrian president to the White House, administration officials said on Saturday. The official, who's not authorized to comment publicly about the yet-to-be formally announced engagement, said that the meeting is expected to take place November 10th. Trump met with al-Shara in Saudi Arabia in May, and that was the first encounter between the two nations' leaders in 25 years. Syria continues to struggle to emerge from decades of international isolation. The meeting on the sidelines of the Trump get-together with the leaders of the Gulf Cooperation Council was seen as a major turn of events for Syria that is still adjusting to life after the over 50-year iron-gripped rule of the Assad family. Whoa! Kimberly Campbell comes in with a $20 super sticker. Thank you, thank you. And with that, good friends, that means we are $40 away from the first additional hour and only $15 away from Bellavision. Wow. Wow. That is awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Kimberly. Thank you. Islam is terrorism. Yes, as well. Thank you, Kimberly. Thanks, Kimberly. Thanks, Kimberly. Thank you, Kimberly. Thank you, Kimberly. Al Shara once had a $10 million bounty on his head. Under the Nam de Gur, Abu Muhammad al-Golani, al-Shari had ties to al-Qaeda and joined insurgents battling U.S. forces in Iraq before entering the Syrian war. Anyone know if I put in a market buy order at Schwab that it will execute tomorrow? I don't know why it wouldn't. Al-Shari is expected to visit the White House and sign an agreement on joining the U.S.-led coalition against ISIS. This Nana Section 76 says, thank you, Kimberly. Thank you, Kimberly. Al-Shara in May meeting will be the first Syrian leader to meet with the American president since Hafez Assad met with Bill Clinton in 2000. The visit comes as Trump is urging Middle East allies to seize the moment to build a durable peace in the volatile region after the Israel-Hamas earlier this month began implementing a ceasefire hostage deal. The gradual ceasefire and the hostage deal continues to hold, but the situation remains precarious. A Nam de Gur is a Klingon ritual? Or is it a Nam de Jour? Is it de Gur or de Jour? Nam de Jour? Anyway, Israel strikes in Gaza earlier this week killed 104 people. The strikes, deadly since the ceasefire began, mark the most serious challenge to the tenacious truce. The timing is only a day. Does it count Sunday as a day? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. And it says, if you put it in correct, it will get executed during extended hours. So that's that. So that's a meeting happening. And then PBS, we're just going to bounce through these real quick. PBS says Trump will host the first ever, Syrian president to the White House. That's about it. So we got that. And this is NBC Chicago. Trump was going to host a guy in the White House. So, yeah. You got an extra hour? What do you mean I got an extra hour? On the show? Or what are you talking about? What? Oh. Sunshine says 10 for Bella. Thank you very much. And with that, now we are just $5 away from Bellavision and $30 away from an extra hour. Thank you, Sunshine. Thank you, Sunshine, for the 5 daylight savings time. Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about some Oh, Nana 1776 with the $25. Oh, on Cash App. I did not realize that came through until just now. Let me fix Bella's camera. Okay. Oh. With that, $25. Thank you, Nana. With that $25, now we have Bellavision, and we are only $5 away. We are only $5 away from a extra hour. Thank you very much, Nana. We're now just $5 away from an extra hour. Thank you, Nana. You're the greatest. Bella, Bella, Bella's hanging out, chilling with Bella. She likes to shout to Bella, Bella, Bella Vision. Okay. All right. This story I saw, which I thought was very interesting. Oh, and Brian Ogden says, oh, well, here, we're just going to do this.
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
Thank you. And with that, we have an extra hour. So we are now, with that $5, we are now $75 to a second additional hour. What does this say? Bella, baby, thanks. Hello, Jim. Sharon Tyler says that CCC Cobra 199 delay in action. Oh, you were over watching Jeremy? How was he doing tonight? We did miss Bella last night. Yeah, we did. Thank you. Thanks, Brian. Yes, thanks for the extra hour. Says, my puppy is in Istrus and the poor fellow next door is howling. His love songs tonight. I think she's saying her puppy is in something and the poor fellow. I think that's what I'm getting from that, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I heard something wrong. Anyway. All right. So the U.S. proposes major mandatory DNA and biometric data collection for all immigrant applications. That's crazy. That's some crazy stuff. Your poppy is in heat. That's what I kind of thought it meant, but you don't know why Joe doesn't want Bella on the show? I don't know either. Poppy's in heat. It says Jeremy is airing the Trump interview in full, all 73 minutes. See, I don't know. That seems like a long show. That seems like a long show. Is that what he's doing right now? That's like a long show, 73 minutes, just listening to an interview. Like, I think that's a good way to get, you might get hit for something like that. I don't know. I'm in the mood for a melody. I'm in the mood. It's a great song by Led Zeppelin. So the U.S. Department of Homeland Security has proposed sweeping new rules that would make it mandatory for all immigration applicants, regardless of age or application type, to provide biometric data, including DNA samples. That's dangerous for our future privacy. Well, these are people that are trying to come into the country, and so I think I know why they're doing it. They want to make sure that if they have information that somebody's a murderer or if somebody's that's Robert Plant. Yeah. Is that a Robert Plant song or Led Zeppelin? I'm in the mood for a melody. I'm in the mood. Robert Plant. Okay. All right. Good to know. Better. Okay. They're introducing it to use it on everyone. Well, that's not a good idea. Yeah, I'm not saying I agree with it. 60 minutes on YouTube is airing it. Looks like it's about 30 minutes long. I've got a bunch of the clips. I got a bunch of the clips to watch. They'll do it incrementally. Yeah. Once they get you to budge, they won't stop there. Oh, I know. That's how they do it. They do it slowly. And then they do it. Proposal published by the U.S. Federal Register website seeks to change, broaden, significantly broaden the current data collection rules, which currently apply only to specific categories such as naturalization, asylum, work permits, and permanent residency. Yeah. Well, I know this. I stand by my statement. You know how the government works. This is better for you, and it's better for you. Yeah. I know. You just saw a Led Zeppelin cover band. Amazing. Wider scope for biometric collection. Under a proposed rule, DHS would have the authority to collect a wider range of biometric identifiers, including facial and iris scans, fingerprints, voice prints, handwritten signatures. DNA samples could also be taken to verify biological relationships, or in some cases, to confirm evidence of biological sex when relevant for certain immigration benefit requests. Okay, so now this, if they're taking DNA samples to make sure that somebody is somebody's child, when they say, "Oh, I'm bringing in my child," I don't know. I mean, that's how they verify that, right? I mean, they already do that now to U.S. citizens to verify. You know, you go to court if any type of paternity test or anything, the court orders you to take a DNA test. So I don't know. I mean, we're already there. I mean, if that's all they're using it for, to verify, you know, that somebody's a child, that's your child. It's not being a kid being smuggled or something. The 60 Minutes is only posting 28 minutes of the 73. Trump released the interview on Truth Social in full. Oh, good for Trump. According to the draft rule, any individual filing or associated with an immigration-related benefit request or other requests adjudicated by DHS, regardless of age, must appear for biometric submissions, unless exempted. The expanded authority would also allow DHS to collect biometrics when a non-citizen is detained by immigration officials, extending data collection beyond the formal application process. Hold on one second. I hear someone crying. Let me do this. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. Sorry. 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 Sorry about that. Oh, man. Whew. My grandson needed milk, and he, well, you know how it is. Anyway, so I thought I could hear you're crying. Shh, don't wake up Bella. Your favorite Zeppelin cover band was Dred Zeppelin. It was an Elvis impersonator as the lead singer. All the songs were played reggae style. That's cool. Best cover band for Zeppelin I ever seen was a female lead singer. Cashmere, I think, was the name of the band that I saw. Just bang your toe in a fetal position. Yeah. Let's explain our YouTube names. No. There was a band called Battery there was a Metallica cover band called Battery that was fantastic. There was a Ozzy or Black Sabbath one called War Pigs that was fantastic. You got your milk also? That's cool. Anyway, so focus on DNA. Central feature of the proposal is the expansion of DHS's power to collect, test, use, and store DNA samples. The rule aims to formalize how genetic information can be used, shared, and retained for identity verification and law enforcement purposes. Currently, DNA collection in immigration cases restricted to two main situations: family relationship verification. Hey, what's up, J Rock Law? What's up, man? How you doing? Mm-mm. Oh, let me fix Bella's camera. She moved. Fix Bella. D cells rock. Mhm. She moved again. What? Stop moving, Bella. I just had it fixed. Then you put your face up behind the thing. Okay. Border, and then, so yeah, so they can do tests at the U.S. CIS approved laboratory at the applicant's expense to verify biological ties. Oh, and that's only if they don't have documentary proof. All right. So since 2019, Customs and Border Protection, CBP, have been collecting DNA from some non-U.S. citizens in custody under the FBI's combined DNA index, CODIS, and authorized by DNA Fingerprint Act of 2005. If implemented, the new rule could make DNA testing a routine element of immigration processing, a major shift from current practice. J Rock comes in with 5. No. Thank you, J Rock. This person says, subscribe just so that I can point you to the U.S. CIS newsroom. They have a pretty good collection of news about people convicted of immigration fraud. Well, that's great. Anonymous Dodo 514. Also love the show and the collabs with Joe. Well, I think that's great, and I wish you would have subscribed sooner. I mean, subscribe, and hang out and check out the show. I'm glad you subscribed. And with that, $5 from J Rock, we are now just 70 away from a second additional hour. Right now. So right now we've been going an hour and a half. So if you haven't subscribed already, please subscribe. If you haven't hit the like button, please click the like button. And just like Anonymous Dodo here, and says he subscribed just to, he loves the show and collabs with Joe. Well, I appreciate that. That's awesome. And, please hit the like button. Please subscribe if you haven't subscribed already. And, we're going to be going at least another 2 hours from now because of all the generous donations. We added an extra hour. So we got 2 more hours to go. And we're $70 away right now from adding another hour. So we would have 3 hours to go. So that's where we're at. Thank you very much. Let's see. We hit... Where are we at? What's going on? What did I do? Oh, wait. I did something. What did I do? Okay. Somehow I clicked off. I did something. It went to this other site, changed something. So where are we at here? I didn't even notice that clicked off. It says if implemented, the new rule can make DNA testing a routine element of information processing, a major shift from current practice. DHS has justified the changes as necessary for security and to prevent fraud. Who's Joe? Joe would be Joe Neerman, good logic, a very good friend, and someone I stream with on every Thursday, usually. Using biometrics for identity verification and management will assist DHS efforts to combat trafficking and confirm the results of criminal history checks and deter fraud. Joe who? CIS. Okay. So it's U.S. Customs. All right, I got you. Officials say the expanded use will strengthen background checks and improve accuracy. The pros marks a reversal of the Obama era position that deemed mass DNA collection from immigration detainees unfeasible. Yeah, of course, Obama said anything was unfeasible. For Obama. Legal experts have warned that the move could face court challenges over privacy rights, genetic data protection, government overreach. Yeah, replace SNAP with MREs, everyone will get a job. Observers believe the rule could ultimately reach the Supreme Court as it raises significant questions about how far the government can go in collecting and using personal genetic information. Here's the thing. They don't have a right to come into the country. No one has a right to come into the U.S. That's long settled law with the Supreme Court. It's not, it's Joe Neerman, a.k.a. Good Logic Channel. That's right, Angela. And so if they make it a condition to come in that you have to give this, there's certain things, they can always make conditions. So I'm not saying I agree with this, but as far as the Supreme Court telling them, no, they can't collect the DNA, I don't see the Supreme Court doing it. It'll be 6-3, if not more. Just because it's, they don't have a right. It's not like they're demanding it's, if they were demanding mass taking citizens' DNA, I could see that being a problem. And this just says the DHS expands rule facial recognition to all U.S. ports of entry. The cult leader, that's right. Man. The guy who provides tracksuits, Joe. No Kool-Aid though, just Flavor Aid. I heard they were already doing this. Several people I know that have flown said that they had to get their picture taken by someone to get onto the plane, that they were taking pictures. I'm like, that's facial recognition. So I heard this was already happening in the U.S. So the fact that they're doing it in the U.S. to go down airplanes, and they're not doing it for people coming into the country. Yeah, they're not a cult type of cult. So it says it's starting December 26th, so the day after Christmas. Homeland Security has issued new guidance requiring foreign nationals, including green card holders and other non-U.S. citizens living legally in the country, to be photographed when they enter or leave the United States. It says Joe likes Cynic better, like the Smothers Brothers. Oh, okay. Nothing I can do about that. CBP currently employs facial recognition at airport checkpoints, but the updated rule will broaden the use to cover every U.S. entry and exit point by air, land, and sea. The change will broaden CBP's biometric screening program to include more comprehensive image and data collection aimed at tightening verification procedures and preventing document fraud. The final rule amends DHS's regulations to provide that DHS may require all aliens to be photographed when entering or exiting the United States, and may require non-exempt aliens to provide other biometrics. Final rule also amends the regulations to remove the reference to pilot programs and port limitations to permit collection of biometrics from aliens departing from airports So it's saying that they were already doing this, but it wasn't on a wide scale. And now they're going to go. It says if you go into the Apple Store, your face will be stored in a facial recognition database. Other companies do this also, not so publicly. The rule also lifts previous age exemptions authorizing facial recognition scans for travelers younger than 14 and older than 79. The exemption is the current regulations for collection based on age were based on technological limitations on collecting fingerprints from children and elderly persons, as well as traditional law enforcement policies, such as not running criminal history background checks on children. These exemptions are not applicable to CBP's facial recognition. But what if they're lying? What if someone says they're 14, but they're actually 25? Because we saw people enrolling in school, and then they found out later that they were full-grown adults. And they lied about their age. Just saying. These exemptions are not applicable because the facial recognition comparison entry-exit program uses them, has expanded beyond criminal history background checks, now plays a role in identity verification and management, combating the trafficking of children. Furthermore, internal CBP studies of the biometric face matched accuracy and historical matching data examination matching ages under 14 and 79. The standard procedures associated with these ages no longer support exempting them. Exemptions based on age will continue to apply to biometrics other than facial images. You recognize faces but terrible at names? Yeah. The rule comes as part of Trump's broader immigration enforcement agenda. I wanted to talk about this real quick because I just saw it and I didn't see it before. This was what, today? No, this is days ago. It just says judge threatens Bondi and Nome with sanctions over Abrego Garcia comments.
Here's why you should switch from.
Abrego Garcia turned out to be a very bad poster child for the immigration crisis. Former federal prosecutor Katie Chershesky discusses Abrego Garcia's pending deportation. Why is this taking so long? It's a long ass ad, man. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Let's bring in former federal prosecutor Katie Cherkasky. Katie, welcome.
Thank you.
So what's your assessment of this plan to send Abrego Garcia to this small African country?
Well, Abrego Garcia turned out to be a very bad poster child for this immigration crisis. And in fact, now...
Yeah, I mean, think about that. They always like to say that Trump is ruining the democracy and that he's an authoritarian, a tyrant, a dictator, a fascist, and he's ignoring court orders. Fucking Abrego Garcia is still here in this country. He hasn't been deported. They brought him back and they're doing this stuff. Mohammed Khalil, that guy, he's still here. I mean, what? This is getting nuts.
The administration is showing exactly the position he's put himself in. So he was given an opportunity to take a plea deal based upon the criminal allegations that came about. But barring that, he's still deportable. So in order to accommodate what the administration says are some issues with other countries that he couldn't go to for fear of persecution, they have chosen another small African country, which they can in fact deport him to. He is deportable. He has been deemed deportable for quite some time. So that is the authority that the executive has at this point.
2 teenagers arrested for the murder of a congressional intern on Capitol Hill this summer. Important for the young man's grieving family. What about the message that sends to Washington, D.C.?
Well, again, this whole conversation regarding the immigration crisis, which President Trump was largely elected on, has been displayed very clearly for the American people.
Right, hit the like button. Jay Liebgott, thanks for stopping by.
Lengths that need to be taken to address all of this. And it's quite sad every time we hear any of these stories that are totally unnecessary, given the fact that many of these people should never have been here in the first place. So it's a huge problem that's going to take a long time to unwind. But that's the whole point of all these legal battles. And it's very necessary for the future of our country.
Washington, D.C.'s Attorney General is suing over the National Guard deployment, saying, quote, the National Guard deployment does not only undermine public safety, it also hurts D.C.'s economy, depressing vital industries like restaurants, hotels, and tourism. And critically, it infringes on D.C.'s sovereign authority and right to self-governance under the Home Rule Act. How do you assess that argument, Katie?
The Home Rule Act is unconstitutional.
D.C. is not really a sovereign in the sense of a state at all. So they have a much weaker argument. The president is the commander in chief of the National Guard there. And big picture, from a principle perspective, the crime in D.C. has been out of control for quite some time, for decades, really. The reports that there's less crime do not actually resonate with reality when you're not actually enforcing the law or reporting things accurately. So to the extent that they have taken issue with the federal law enforcement, the local law enforcement wasn't actually doing its job. So I think that this is, yet again, another opinion very vulnerable on appeal, or a lawsuit that will, if they win, will be vulnerable on appeal.
On immigration, the Pentagon is authorizing up to 600 military lawyers to serve as temporary immigration judges, probably critical with the immigration surge. Does that work in your view?
It absolutely works. I'm a former JAG myself. Military lawyers, and really any lawyers, are able to practice law in really any field that they become competent in. The immigration judges are not judges in the sense of regular federal judges. They're part of the executive branch, and any lawyer is now qualified to take that position. Military lawyers already work for obviously the Department of War, I guess, at this point, and they can be moved over there for an assignment. And certainly, I think that they're very capable. Many of the JAGs and military lawyers got those positions through highly competitive processes, and so certainly they can fill those roles, and they are competent to do so. Immigration judges are also the kind of first level of review of these immigration cases. They're overseen by senior immigration judges and the Board of Immigration Appeals, and ultimately really the federal courts, which is why there's such a backlog here. These immigration cases have such lengthy processes. So I think it's highly necessary to get these things moving. There's, I think, over 3 million plus immigration cases that are in the docket there. So something needs to give, and I think that's a perfect solution.
There is some criticism. Let's play it. I'll get you to respond.
We feel like that these judges, for the most part, have zero experience in immigration law.
Oh, zero immigration law experience. Oh, well. Oh, look at that. Jim Tells You gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Jim Tells You. And let's see who got those. We got Jeremy Alt got one. Audra got one. Jay Bleeb got one. Mama Pillow got one. And Angeloye 548 got one. That's amazing. Amazing. Thank you very much for the memo. Yes. That was very nice of you, Jim. I know. Hey, Julio Scissors is here. Unfortunately, he didn't get one. There you guys go. Oh, I got you gifted memberships for you guys. Yes. Let's see. We got 120 people watching on YouTube right now and only 82 likes. Come on, let's get them likes up, man. Let's get some more likes here. Yes, let's get some more likes. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome, Audrey. You're welcome. I know, Julio. It was very nice of me. I know. I'm a nice kind of guy.
Have no experience in administrative law and are going to render decisions, life and death decisions in some cases, about deportations of immigrants in this country. And these are decisions that can be appealed.
Final thought on this, Katie?
Well, I think that is very generalized, and there's no specific individuals that have been pointed out. We don't know for sure what people's experience are with the immigration realm, but even barring any experience whatsoever, these are experienced attorneys that are capable and qualified to fill those roles. And again, subject to many other levels of review after these decisions, but they are capable attorneys to do so. And something has to give in terms of getting these cases moving. It can't be that there's years and years of backlog. And that's one of the major issues here. And the Trump administration is targeting this immigration crisis, and it really is a crisis from all angles. And I think that is a practical decision to be had. They already have these federal attorneys, and they can move them over. Now, the number of them I think is interesting because there are other roles that have to be filled on the military law side, but military lawyers move all the time to different assignments and can certainly fill those roles.
Katie Cherkasky, always interesting. Thanks for your time today.
Thank you.
That's right, people. Remember, join, become a member, and you get access to all those cool emojis. Like Jay Lieb got just shared here, all the awesome emojis. Yep. Belgium launches probe after third straight night of spying drones over a NATO base. That's right. There's been reports of drones again. Drones. Brussels confirms a formal investigation into the repeated breaches at the Klein-Brogel, while military analyst tells Kiev Post the crisis could prove a net gain for the alliance by forcing rapid upgrade. He's worried that attorneys aren't qualified, yet SCOTUS think black people are disabled. Yeah. Crazy, right? Yeah. And this is from the future. This is from actually November 3rd, 2025 at 1:50 a.m. So, wow, those are some F-35s there. For 3 consecutive nights, a sophisticated aerial menace, drones, described by officials as larger type aircraft flying at high altitudes, have breached the restricted airspace over Belgium's airbase. The repeated incursions have landed squarely in the lap of Belgium's fragile five-party coalition government, currently locked in a tense negotiation over its 2026 federal budget and crucial defense spending commitments. Defense Minister Theo Fraken didn't mince words about the gravity of the threat, calling the surveillance a clear mission targeting Klein-Brogel, not merely a random overflight. Failed interception. The most concerning incident unfolded Saturday evening. What's this? Now the power at ICE Portland and surrounding buildings has been cut and the cause has not been made public. ICE has backup generators, so if this was intentional, the act failed miserably. Well, that's a terrorist attack. If something happened, no matter what, if the local government or the local whatever cut the power to the ICE facility for some reason, like trying to pull some shit, that's terrorism. I get them, you know. The presence of suspected drones was forced a suspension of flights for a critical 20-minute period. Yes, good reporting, SB Farmer. But not immediately for an unsuccessful response. A military-grade drone jammer was deployed in an attempt to neutralize the threat, but it failed. Nick Sorter's got it? All right. Possibly due to targets' high altitude and specific radio frequencies. Compounding the security failure, a joint pursuit by police vehicles and a military helicopter lost the drone after several kilometers as it reportedly flew north towards the Dutch border. Yeah, SB Farmer tells you. I know, Nick Sorter, I know, I got it. I'll get it in a second. Fracken stress, a helicopter and police vehicles pursued the drone, but lost it after several kilometers. If you want, SB Farmer, if you want to drop the link in the chat, I'll grab it. So I don't have to look for it. Wow, look at this. SBU drone hits a Russian Tupsis tanker, triggering major fire again. Klein-Brogel is one of Europe's most sensitive military installations that currently hosts U.S.-made nuclear-capable F-16s and is slated to receive advanced F-35 starting in 2027, making it a pivotal piece of NATO's nuclear deterrence. I got it. All right. Franken explicitly framed the sightings as espionage operation intended to probe the base's defenses and assets. They come to spy to see where the F-16s are, where the ammunition is, and other high strategic information. He told the confirming what military officials long feared, Belgium's critical NATO infrastructure is being actively monitored. He's noted that a long time when the drone spent observing the base suggested deliberate intelligence gathering exercise. The investigation is now underway with Fracken due to meet with police next week to assess the threat and take the necessary steps. Why would it be the police? Why wouldn't it be the military? The incident's the latest in a series of breaches, including sightings over military terrains in Lepolsburg and Eisenborn, Elsenborn, near the German border, as well as civilian airports. But the timing is politically explosive. Franken is set to present a new $58 million plan next week to rapidly deploy a national counter unmanned aircraft system. Oh, so it's almost like it's weird. It's like this happened right when they you heard Trump wants to go into Nigeria to kill because they're killing the Christians. Yep, we covered that last night, Terry, on the show. Yeah, he threatened it. Yeah. The only news that came out about it today is that Nigerian government's mad, saying, "How dare you accuse us of letting a genocide happen?" you know, funding, detection system, jammers, and drone guns. So it's very fortuitous that right when they're going to put a plan forward to try to spend money on anti-drone technology, they have a drone thing happen. So I don't know. Hey, maybe this is all bullshit just so they can get people to vote to pass it. You know, Mole at Klein Bogal, maybe. The failure of existing countermeasures provides immediate, unassailable evidence of why the money must be found in a constrained budget where defense spending is often politically contentious. Yeah, wow. So see, now we have to spend the money. Look, there's proof. The drone wall debate. While Frackin stopped short of directly blaming Moscow, the implication was unmistakable. The Russians are trying to do this in all European countries. He linked Belgium's breaches to a wider pattern that includes Russian drones intercepted over Poland and Romania, and aerial disruptions at airports across Denmark, Norway, and Germany. The incursions underscore the growing debate among EU leaders over the feasibility of a continental drone wall to fortify Europe's eastern flank. The idea gaining momentum after recent aggressive Russian air incursions into NATO airspace is to create a continent-wide defense network. Yeah, it does seem really convenient, doesn't it, Pat? Doesn't it seem really convenient? Of radars, jammers, and interceptors. Retired U.S. Army Colonel Richard Williams, a former deputy director in NATO's Defense Investment Division, weighed in on the crisis, suggesting the breaches could prove beneficial in the long run by forcing faster adaptation. Yeah, because this is just going to work out great. See, we have to do something. We got to spend more money. And reinforcement and long-term enhancement of its counter unmanned aerial systems will have a positive impact on Belgium and NATO's anti-drone network and potentially accelerate planned F-35 deployment to Belgium. He concluded that this scaled-up shoot-down capability will be a net gain for the alliance. For now, the identity of the pilots behind the controls remains a mystery, but for Brussels, the message delivered over 3 nights is stark. War is truly a drone war, and the Defense Department really needs to prepare for that. So, yeah, it seems timing is everything. Yeah. Elon Musk, your X feed should start getting really awesome sometime this month. We'll see. I personally think that they've allowed the communists to take over X again, because I've noticed the feeds are really jacked now again. We'll see. We'll see what happens. All right, let's look at this now. Let's look at this. So now the power at ICE Portland and surrounding buildings has been cut, and the cause has not been made public. Luckily, ICE has backup generators, so if this was intentional, the act failed miserably. Power has been out for 3 hours now, and Portland General Electric has not released the cause. The area surrounding ICE is pitch black, so ICE glows tremendously. Sorry, leftists, even power outages won't slow down ICE. I mean, to take out that area like that, they had someone would have hit a substation or something, and it's. I don't believe that it's an accidental thing. This is purposeful. It was either done by the Antifa people or done by the Portland powers that be, the government. Someone in the government or something shut it off. Like, oh, we're going to shut off their power because we don't like them. Something like that. Is there anything more here? The left wants a war. The outages are quite concentrated here near ICE. 99.5% of Portland electric customers are fine. It's just the immediate area surrounding ICE. Huh. Yeah, the mission continues. Whoever did this should be arrested for terrorism. Definitely needs to be investigated. So far, the power company isn't saying anything. Feel bad for the people who live in those apartments. Even the lefties, I feel bad for the kids in there. Yeah, the kids don't deserve this, and there's a lot of residents who hate what's going on outside, but are understandably afraid to speak out. That's a real shame. Those kids have school, they need sleep at night, and the delusional tards have been out there with bullhorns and crap. People will still be deported. They're changing nothing. I highly doubt it was an accident. I was surprised given the weather was quite nice. No wind or storms, totally clear. If it was intentional, more likely it was, is what the odds it failed. PG&E will have power restored shortly, and ICE will continue doing what they do. You lose. Portland's grid failures aren't conspiracies. They're proof of systemic incompetence. The Preventing Power Outages Act prioritizes funding for regions with ICE facilities rely on generators while bureaucrats shovel cash into resilience programs that don't fix anything. Pacific Power's silence on the cause. Classic DC throw billions at rhetorical solutions. Sometimes I really wonder. I really wonder. If you see anything else about it, let me know. Why did you miss the biggest show we've had in a month, Jim? I don't know. I have a life. Shit I was doing. I apologize. I was in the chat. You guys ignored me in the chat, so I just didn't bother to stop in. That's how it works. You know, you don't want to acknowledge my presence in the chat. I don't bother to show up. Just kidding. Wow, big time. No, I had stuff going on. I was like, I had to take my grandson in the pool, play with them, do stuff with him, hang out with them, try to get him ready for bed before my show, get all my stuff ready for my show. You know, it is what it is. I was going to stop in, but, you know, you had a bunch of people on. I saw you had a full crowd. You had like 7 people on the show. So I didn't bother. You know, I don't know. I just didn't. More stuff about you're more than welcome to come in here if you want, though. Drone spotted over Belgium military base for a third night in a row. So that's it. So they helicopter stuff, so they couldn't find them. Who's behind the drones? The motives remain unclear. This is the Sun. Drone wars, mystery drones buzz the military base, storing U.S. nuke weapons twice in 24 hours. You're gonna pop in this week for sure. All right, cool. Well, have fun. Get some rest. And it says the incursion comes just days after NATO revealed it's wrapping up its air defenses. This must be some kind of attacks happening. Ukrainian drone blitz sent military vehicles up in flames. So the mysterious drones were reported flying over the military base, storing U.S. nuclear weapons twice in just 24 hours. We have nuclear weapons in... What's up, Cynic? Yay, what's up? We have nuclear weapons in Belgium? I mean, here's the thing. If they are quadcopters, stuff like this, how are they flying all that way from Russia? They don't have that kind of distance. So. This says NATO country spots mysterious drones over military base for second time in 24 hours. Joe says, I'm sorry, I'm so late, but I'm not ashamed. Well, don't be ashamed to be late. And exercise Bella. Okay. I'm going to exercise her? I don't know. Like exorcism? All right. Now, we're going to talk about some of this stuff. We were talking about the Snap stuff a little earlier, but we're going to talk a little more about it. It's just the level of fraud. Elon Musk says the level of fraud is staggering. Staggering. It says, on my first day at USDA, we told every state to send us their SNAP data so we can make sure illegal immigrants aren't getting benefits meant for American families. 29 states stepped up, 21 blue states refused, and 2 sued us for asking. And guess what? In just the states that cooperated, we've already uncovered massive fraud. The Democrat Party has turned its back on working Americans and built its entire strategy around protecting illegal aliens. They know if handouts stop, those illegals will go back home, and the Democrats will lose 20-plus seats in the next census. There's a new sheriff in town. POTUS will not tolerate waste, fraud, and abuse while hardworking Americans go hungry.
day one of USDA, February 13th, is we sent letters to every governor in America being very clear that no illegal aliens can use SNAP. 0, 0, 0. We asked every state for the first time in history, and this was in February, to send us their data and let us, with Doge and a war room, actually start going through this data to better understand how this explosion of SNAP benefits happened under Joe Biden. We increased almost 40% on this program in just a couple of years under the Biden administration. Of course, we know they were trying to buy the election, but that's a conversation for another time. And since we have asked for that data, 29 states have complied. Of course, almost all the red states, a couple of the couple blue states too. But in that data, and I haven't talked about this yet publicly, in that data we've studied about $100 billion in spend. We have found thousands and thousands of illegal use of the EBT card. We have been moving people off of SNAP. We've got almost 700,000 people, I think, we've moved off just since the president took office. We've arrested about 118 people. So this has been ongoing. But Rachel, to your point, what this conversation has allowed is a national spotlight on a broken and corrupt program. We found one guy in 6 different states getting a benefit. We found about 5,000 people that are dead who are still getting benefits. Like, it is time to drastically reform this program so that we can make sure that those who are truly needy, truly vulnerable, are getting what they need, and the rest of the corruption goes away and we can serve the American taxpayer.
Yeah, if they did that, if they did a re-enrollment of SNAP recipients with legitimate U.S. citizenship documents, they probably would save billions in fraud. Yeah, billions. How it goes, Jim? Hope the stream is going well. It's going well. It's going well. Everyone's good. You know, everyone's here. Everyone's chilling. You know, hanging out. We're learning some news. We've been going for 2 hours. 2 hours. We've already qualified for the first extra hour. So that means we got an hour and a half left to show, at least, unless we hit the next goal, which I will say again is $70 right now to hit a second additional hour. That's where we're at. So we got an hour and a half to collect $70, and then we'll add another hour. And yes. So in a few minutes, about 20 minutes or so, I will update the goal on YouTube to reflect that. So keep it going. But yes, we need to do a lot of stuff, and that's right, because the demon rats destroy everything, and grown-ups have to fix it, and abusive people cry. That's right. That's what happened. That is what happened. Blue states blocking SNAP data transparency proves that Democrats prioritize illegal immigrants over citizens. It exposes the fraud and the states cooperating and the systemic abuse, and it's exactly why accountability matters. Taxpayer-funded benefits should never subsidize lawbreaking. This isn't about protecting the vulnerable. It's about preserving a voter base through the government, handouts. And real solutions require enforcing eligibility checks nationwide, not letting sanctuary states hide the rot. When bureaucrats resist transparency, it always is to protect their racket, not the public. And don't forget to smash the like button. That's right. There's 120 people watching on YouTube right now, and only 88 people hit the like button. I mean, I do like the number 88, but I would like to see that number a little bit higher. So if we could get those other 30 some odd people to just smash that like button, smash all the buttons of Alholics, just smash them all. Smash the button. Smash the button. Smash the buttons. You know what I mean? Yes, please smash the button. Please hit the like button. Give it a thumbs up, man. You know, subscribe. Hit the like and subscribe to the channel. You know, that's right. Hit the like button. Please hit the like button. Hit the like and subscribe. Like and subscribe. Nah, huh? Okay. All right. You just did it. Thank you, beautiful cat. 2023. And I'll know, Cynic. I'm watching you. If you don't, man. As Democrats are currently suing the administration with the full support of Democrat judges to demand that no citizenship checks for food stamps, no citizenship checks for Medicaid, and no citizenship checks for voting. It's crazy. It's right. Or you could hit Jim up with a dono at Cash App or PayPal to avoid, okay, I'll hit the like button, but only this one time. Yes, but for Cash App or PayPal or Rumble Rants or YouTube Super Chats or gifted memberships are always nice. You gift a membership and then people get to use the emojis. They get to see all the great emojis we have, the different Bella versions, from Bella when she was a tiny little puppy to Bella with a hat on and different hats and stuff. So it is, what it is. Let's we watched that. So yeah, so Democrats scream overreach while blocking basic oversight. Them bastards. You bastards. How dare you? USDA SNAP data requests exposed a systemic fraud. $7.35 billion in New York alone last year. Blue states suing to hide applicant details, social security numbers, immigration status. They proves that it prioritizes illegal handouts over citizens. So look at this. So there was $7.35 billion in New York alone last year in fraud. Now, New York gets almost $900 million a month in SNAP benefits. So for them to do that much in fraud, that's more than half of the money they're taking in is fraud. Just Soulless Dawn is taunting you? Where? I don't even see her. I don't see her in here. What are you talking about? If the judge would file suit against Chuck Schumer for not voting for SNAP, all this would go away. Yeah. You signed in on here to like it more. Well, thank you, Marjorie Smith. That's awesome. Yeah, stop being such a baby. Thank you for being a friend. Wow, that's crazy. I mean, the amount of money they take every month, and that's what their fraud was in 1 year alone. That's a lot of fraud. That's more than half of it is fraud. That's crazy. Blue states suing the side that applicant details, social security numbers, immigration status prove they prioritize illegal handouts over citizens. Fraud thrives where transparency dies. You were taunting him at home? Oh, okay. Oh, well. That makes him even more of a baby. 29 states cooperating already uncover massive abuse. Imagine the scale nationwide. Yeah, I see it, but I can't police things that aren't happening in this chat. So as far as I can see in the chat, Mr. Liebgott, looks good to me. 29 states cooperating already uncovered massive abuse. Imagine the scale nationwide. This isn't about privacy. It's about protecting a voter pipeline built on stolen benefits. Yeah. And Trump was willing to sign DACA legislation first term if Chucky Schumer funded the wall. But Chucky said, no, it's all by design, people. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm like. Because that's nothing. Jim abusing me over a text message right now. You deserve it, though. You deserve it, cynic. You deserve it. How can the states sue the federal government? I know the states can find a district court to side with them, but SCOTUS will say the scam is over. Yeah, when it gets there. But taxpayers fund SNAP for Americans, not lawbreakers. Every dollar stolen via fraud is a meal taken from a citizen's table. They're taking food. They're taking food from children's mouths, these fraudsters. This needs to stop. Think about the children. Think about the children that they're taking food out of their mouths. See, I can turn it around on. That's true. This will blow you away. The Democrats have filed a lawsuit against the USDA for trying to find out how many illegal aliens are receiving welfare. Doge. This literally blew us away when we went there to find fraud. We found this by accident. We were like, what's this? In 2021, you see 270,000 people. It goes all the way up to 2.1 million in 2024. These are illegal aliens who are getting social security numbers. The defaults in the system from Social Security to all the benefit programs have been set to max inclusion, max pay for these people, and minimum collection. We found 1.3 million of them already on Medicaid, as an example. In every benefit program we reviewed, we found individuals from this particular group, about 5.5 million people receiving benefits. So we took a sample, we looked at voter registration records, and we found people from this population registered to vote. This is my surprise face. Yes, who did vote. Who we found they actually did vote. Yes. They're sending that money home to Somalia. Yeah. I just want you to know this. There's truly disturbing thing to me. The darkest thing about all this is that the voter fraud is terrible. In other words, you've been deceived, robbed, extorted, blackmailed, and betrayed.
When we saw these numbers, we were like, what is this? In 21, you see 270,000 people, goes all the way to 2.1 million in 24. These are non-citizens that are getting Social Security numbers.
Yeah, this is a mind-blowing chart.
Yeah, just this literally blew us away to find fraud, and we found this by accident. And this isn't political, by the way. My parents are immigrants. Yeah, this country's been great to us. My brother and sister all born in Spain. I'm pro-legal immigration. This is not political. This is not political. This is about America and the future of America. And there are a lot of good people in the system that pointed us in this direction. I want to honor them right now, that work in the government today, who took risks to show us these numbers and tell us what's going on. Yeah. So I want to stop for a minute. I want to honor those people today. Very good people. Very good people. I have been from D.C. to Social Security offices to the border to track this down, and very good people have helped us along the way. I want to thank them.
Yeah.
This number, what this is when you come in the country, if you're illegal, there's a couple ways to come in. You come in through a port of entry, and you can tell them you're afraid, and they'll give you an asylum case. You'll get an interview, then you get in. That's one way to do it. Another way to do it is to just go to the border. Literally, this happened. I talked to Border Patrol myself. Elon was there too. I went to Laredo, and I went to Bronzeville. Elon went to Eagle Pass. You walk up to a Border Patrol officer, and you tell them you want to come in. They have a couple of choices. They could charge you with a misdemeanor or a felony under 1325, or they can make it an administrative offense, like a parking ticket, basically. They were told to do that, make it an administrative offense under the last administration. And then you go walk across the border. They do what's called a release from your own recognizance, and they give you an NTA, notice to appear, which is to appear at a judge. The wait times on judges are like average 6 years. Look at Grok, you'll see it on immigration judges, benefit programs. And then what was really, really disturbing us was why. We're asking ourselves why. Right. And so we actually just took a sample and looked at voter registration records. And we found people here registered to
vote. That's crazy. Crazy. Registered to vote. That is crazy, crazy, crazy. I wake up, nothing happens. Democrats do something blatantly illegal. GOP policies are outraged, nothing happens. I wake up. See thing. Crying Democrats should pace themselves. I haven't even gotten to the good stuff yet. We got this rep. Illinois Rep Joe Sosnowski. Trump was right about everything. Yeah. Yep. Says that Illinois Democrats are opening the door to begin taxing Americans on their retirements, 401ks, and pension plans. Democrats have these additional taxes planned. They want to tax you on Netflix and Hulu, an amusement tax, a going to the movies tax, additional sales tax, sporting events tax, concert tax, going to Great America theme park tax, $2 billion more for mass transit while buses are running empty. Another tax, capital gains tax on ultra wealthy right now, but the concern there is, once you start taxing capital gains on the rich, and they're going to start taxing people's retirements or pension plans, that's a real concern.
The craziest things we've seen this week is a proposal for $2 billion almost in new taxes to fund Chicago mass transit. And this is a system that's poorly managed. We know it's poorly managed because they have out of control overtime. There's empty buses running all over the city. And oh, by the way, they're running over a $700 million deficit, which was that much, and now it's a little less, but then next year they're proposing that it'll be even greater. So part of this tax are things like streaming services, a Netflix tax, additional sales tax. They're looking to charge amusement tax, going to sporting events or going out to the movies or going to Great America, extra taxes there. And then the final thing is a capital gains tax on ultra wealthy right now. But the concern there is, once you start taxing capital gains on the rich, maybe they're going to start taxing people's retirements or 401ks or pension plans. And it's a real concern. It's a lot of money to a system that's just not working well.
It's a lot of money to a system that's just not working well. SB Farmer says update on the Universal Ostrich Farms. The news that the Supreme Court will make a ruling on Thursday. Are you talking about the one in Canada that Viva and everybody was covering, where they want to kill the ostriches that were sick but aren't sick anymore, but they still want to kill them because, the government, the government doesn't believe in immunity once, natural immunity. If they would have gave the ostriches a shot, then they would have, a vaccine, then they would be fine. But because they got sick and got better, they're going to kill them? Okay. That sucks. I hope they don't kill the ostriches, because there's really no reason. I don't like killing animals for no reason. It says Illinois Democrats are proving once again that taxation without representation is alive and well. Their latest assault, a $1.5 billion transit plan funded by taxing unrealized gains, a concept so economically illiterate even Pritzker won't touch it. Yeah, unrealized gains, which means they want to tax people on, your house went up in value, we're going to tax you on it even though you didn't sell it. Yeah. That's why they hate Trump so much. He spilled the beans on all the scamming they were up to. No tax on breathing. Well, they want to pass a carbon tax, which would mean, wow, how did that happen? Which would mean that we would have, basically a tax on breathing. The Fair Tax Act would end this madness by abolishing income surveillance and letting workers keep every dollar they earn. Instead of inventing new ways to raid retirement accounts and streaming subscriptions, Springfield should gut bureaucratic bloat. Empty buses don't need more funding, they need accountability. The fair tax revolution can't come soon enough. The BC government has been attacking private agriculture for years now. The socialists in Canada are obsessed with the idea that there must be a drought. Here we go. Just in, President Trump fires back at the combative 60 Minutes host who tries to blame the shutdown on him. CBS, you've helped end shutdowns in the past. Trump, I won't do it by extortion. I'm not going to do it because by being extorted by Democrats who have lost their way. There's something wrong with these people. Schumer is a basket case. He has nothing to lose. He's become a kamikaze pilot. So sounds like it won't get solved. It's going to get solved. How? They're going to have to vote. The Democrats will capitulate. They'll have to. If they don't, that's their problem.
Make it much less expensive for people and give them much better health care.
But where is
and
that
I'd
plan?
be willing to
But
work
where's
with the
that plan?
Democrats on it. The problem is make it much less expensive for people and give them much better health care.
But where is
and
that
I'd
plan?
be willing to
But
work
where's
with the
that plan?
Democrats on it. The problem is they want to give money to prisoners, to drug dealers.
Hey, what's up? He's
all
dead,
these
Jim. How you
millions
doing,
of
man?
People that were allowed to come in with an open border from Biden, and nobody can do that.
Can
Not
I just-
one Republican would ever do that.
My understanding is if those healthcare subsidies are not extended, premiums will double for many of the people that are on it. And I was looking into
The premiums already doubled.
Three-quarters of these people will see their healthcare premiums double. Live in states where you won in the last election. I mean, even here in Florida has the highest number of residents on Obamacare in the country.
And I'm saying we can fix it, Nora.
You have helped end these government shutdowns in the past
I
when
did.
they came about.
I mean,
you did it by bringing
I'm very
them.
good at it,
You
but I'm
brought
not going
members
to
of
do it by.
Congress
I'm
in-
not going to do it.
It's
by
crazy,
extortion.
you know,
I'm
that-
not going to do it by being extorted by the Democrats who have lost their way. There's something wrong with these people.
So then what happens on November
is a
15th when the
basket
troops
case.
don't get a paycheck?
Schumer is a basket case, and he has nothing to lose. He's become, I just left Japan, he's become a kamikaze pilot.
Sounds like it's not going to get solved, the shutdown.
It's going to get solved, yeah. Oh, it's going to get solved.
How?
We'll get it solved. Eventually, they're going to have to vote.
You're saying the Democrats.
I really hate 60 Minutes and the people that watch it. Well, I'm only watching these clips
Now, I happen
because
to agree with
Trump
something else.
is
I think
firing
we should
at
do
him.
The nuclear option. This is a totally different nuclear.
Yeah. Trump wants the nuclear option, which I'll show you. We'll do this. We'll go here. We'll do this.
Make it much
Bookmark.
less expensive.
Bookmarks. We'll go through the bookmarks. Right. And it says Trump is right. Senate Democrats will nuke the legislative filibuster 60 to 51 votes the next time they control the White House. Trump says terminate the filibuster. This was just 9 minutes ago. Terminate the filibuster, not just for the shutdown, but for everything else. We will get all of our common sense policies approved, voter ID, and make America great again. Remember, the Democrats will do it immediately as soon as they get the chance. Our doing it will not give them the chance. Republicans will be tough and smart. The Dems are crazed lunatics. They will not open up our country no matter how many people are irreparably harmed. Yeah, everyone needs to let this guy know that he needs to do it. The more calls, the better. John Thune, call me in Washington. Let him know. That's right. Democrats are going to do it. Act now or lose it forever. Cernovich says terminate the filibuster, not just for the shutdown, but for everything else. Oh, and there was this one. I wanted to play it. We'll get back to 60 minutes in a second. Holy crap, President Trump just bodied a reporter aboard Air Force One. Are you planning strikes on Venezuela? How can I answer that? Are there plans for a strike? What is wrong with you? Why would I say that to you? Honestly, you have plans, very secret plans. Who did I say that? What kind of a question is that? They have not learned their lesson.
It's not true that you've made a decision on striking inland in Venezuela, but are there actual plans for those strikes in the near future?
How can I answer a question like that? Are there plans for a strike on Venezuela? Who would say that? Supposing there were, would I say that to you honestly? Yes, we have plans. We have very secret plans. Who would say that? You know, what kind of a question is it? Look, we'll see what happens with Venezuela. Venezuela sent us thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands of people from prisons, from mental institutions, drug addicts, and so did other countries. That's the bad. I mean, other countries did it too, because we were run by very stupid people, very, very stupid people. Biden was the worst president in the history of our country by far. We had open borders, and many countries, the Congo, many countries, they sent their prisoners. They sent prisoners. They sent drug dealers. They sent drug addicts. They sent anybody that they didn't want. They sent them through our country. And Venezuela was one of the worst abusers.
Yeah. So yeah, and I was just getting rid of the filibuster would be a mistake. Big mistake. Trump needs to go to bed for at least 4 hours and comment. And then Pat says, I say end the filibuster. Here's the thing. Normally, I'm 100% agree. The filibuster is what keeps them from, what keeps the country kind of from moving rapidly and doing these herky-jerky things. I don't know. The Democrats are going to do it. They tried to do it multiple times during Biden's term. The only thing that stopped them was 2 people. That was it. There was only 2 people that voted against it. That was Joe Manchin, who's no longer a Democrat in the Senate, and Kirsten Sinema, who's no longer a Democrat in the Senate. So this is the longest you've been out without work. It don't feel right. Yeah. But if the Republicans actually did it and actually passed all the stuff that, that we'd like to see passed, if they did it and they passed, repealed the NFA, passed that through, repealed all the all these gun laws, got rid of the GCA, the NFA, and the Hughes Amendment. If they did it, if they passed nationwide voter ID, mandatory voter ID to vote, made that the law nationwide, then how can they? You know what I mean? It's going to be hard to cheat for Democrats to cheat. If they did all the things they said they want to do, but the Democrats are stopping them, wouldn't that make the country a better place? Wouldn't that guarantee that they would continue to win and it would just be good? Yeah. I don't know. Can you imagine 1944 abroad? Do you plan on to invade France anytime soon? Yeah, we're planning to invade Normandy on November 6th, on the 6th. Yeah. It says not if the Democrats never take power again. Yeah, it would be a problem. Mm-hmm. Yeah, if they end the filibuster, end up biting the R's in the end. That I would agree with you if it wasn't for the fact that the Democrats are going to do it the first chance they get. The first opportunity the Democrats get to do it, they are going to do it. They tried to do it. They tried to do it already, and they got voted against by Joe Manchin and Kirsten Sinema. That's the only thing that stopped them is they didn't have the votes. They tried. They tried. So, I mean, that's where we're at. Yeah, I agree with you. It doesn't mean a rhino will vote for. That's the thing. But the problem would be getting rhinos to actually go along with it, so they would. That my worry is they'll get rid of the filibuster just to reopen the government, and then all the shit we want to go through, they're not gonna vote for. They're gonna say they're gonna, because basically what we have right now, you have Lisa Murkowski, Susan Collins, Mitch McConnell, and Rand Paul voting against everything, voting with the Democrats. Yeah. So we should do it first. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, once Harry Reid got rid of the filibuster for judges and appointments, kind of already set the stage. We're, this is the last little bit of the filibusters there. It says at 60 days, Trump can fire anybody he wants at the federal level. No, so judges are saying he can't. This shutdown is 100% on the Democrats for refusing to negotiate while pushing their radical open borders agenda. The big, beautiful bill proves Trump's commitment to funding border security and cutting bureaucratic bloat, but Schumer's kamikaze tactics prioritize illegal immigrant handouts over American workers. The numbers don't lie. Biden's 2024 DHS report showed 1.2 million pending asylum cases with 87% no-shows. Yet Democrats still demand taxpayer-funded healthcare expansion for lawbreakers. The real leadership means refusing to cave to extortion. Schumer would rather torch the economy than admit his globalist policies failed. Audra says, I have faith that Trump knows what he's doing. He's a master of the game and the art of war. As long as people wake up and realize it's best for the nation, he's looking to the future. Be great. Yeah, Epstein files would get released. No excuses. Sure. I see 13 justices, D.C. and Puerto Rico, doubted about Puerto Rico estate. Manchin's replacement is Fetterman. No. Manchin's replacement. You think Fetterman would vote it? Fetterman's already come out in favor of getting rid of the filibuster. He said he would vote with the Republicans to get rid of it right now. A simple majority would make us a democracy. Well, the rules for the Senate are set up by the Senate. It has nothing to do with the Constitution. I mean, they're set by the Senate. I fear sabotage inside the Republican Party. I do too. And then this is from Breaking News. Americans have been watching videos of ICE tackling a young mother, tear gas being used in Chicago, and smashing a car windows. Have the raids gone too far? Trump says, I think they haven't gone far enough. Based. That wasn't tackling the mother. That was the mother
More
falling.
recently, Americans have been watching videos of ICE tackling a young mother.
That was not tackling a young mother. That was a lie.
Neighborhood, and the smashing of car windows. Have some of these raids gone too far?
No, I think they haven't gone far enough because we've been held back by the judges, by the liberal judges that were put in by Biden and by Obama.
You're okay with those tactics?
Yeah, because you have to get the people out. You have to look at the people. Many of them are murderers. Many of them are people that were thrown out of their countries because they were, criminals.
Well, you promised in your campaign that you were going to deport the worst of the worst. Violent criminals, rapists.
Well, that's what we're
doing.
doing.
A lot of the people that your administration has arrested and deported aren't violent criminals. Landscapers, nannies, construction workers,
landscapers
farm
who are
workers.
criminals. Yeah. No, look.
The family of
I
U.S.
need
service members.
landscapers and I need farmers more than anybody, okay?
Is it your intent to deport people who do not have a criminal record?
We have to start off with a policy, and the policy has to be you came into the country illegally, you're going to go out. However, you've also seen you're going to go out, we're going to work with you, and you're going to come back into our country legally.
Yeah, they all have to go. I mean, they have to go. That's just the way it is. I mean, it's not a it's just they have to go. They can come back if they if they want to come back. They have to try something. They got to start somewhere. And like they're saying, like, oh, these are landscapers. Well, they're landscapers with criminal records that they're going after. They know who they are. Yeah, she wasn't a young mother, and she wouldn't get out of that officer's face. He told her, yeah, she was trying to leave. She tripped him. He tripped over her. She fell. He fell on top of her, and then immediately got up. He didn't tackle her. That's a fucking lie. Such fucking lies, these people. Yeah. Betty Johnson says, President Trump has asked the raids have gone too far. He fires back with a fierce, scorching response. No, I don't think they've gone far enough. You got these liberal judges that were put in by Biden and Obama who are stopping everything. You have to get the people out. Many of them are murderers. Many of them people were thrown out of countries because they were criminals. We already saw this, but say the Criminal Illegal Alien Game Member Removal Act codifies exactly this enforcement posture: mandatory detention, and deportation for gang members, murderers, and violent criminals. Section 2B defines inadmissibility for aliens associated with gangs, and 237A2G makes them deportable. Judges blocking these removals aren't protecting due process. They're shielding cartel affiliates and violent offenders. Biden's judicial appointees have turned courts into sanctuaries, paralyzing ICE for enforcing laws passed by Congress. The numbers don't lie. 150,000 known gang members are here illegally. Every day judges delay, Americans pay the price. Why does Trump keep giving shows his time? It doesn't matter what he says. They edit after the interview. They add their comments, twisting everything he says. If I was him, I'd Heisman them. He records the whole video. From what I understand, he has the whole interview recorded separately, and he released it all on Truth Social, so the whole thing. So if they try to edit anything or do anything, he has it all. Y'all forgot she was on a video hitting him to swat his hand off her. Yeah. Treason is hard, but sedition is definitely underused these days. Yep, definitely. Is there something about Trump the demo would have already used to abuse it? Don't you think? I see a majority in favor of eliminating the filibuster in chat. It shall be. I would normally say no, don't do it, because it keeps things from Democrats from getting weird shit passed, but they're gonna do it. Like if the filibuster remains in place and a Democrat president comes in and they have a Democrat Senate and a Democrat House, they are gonna abolish the filibuster. Guarantee it. They're gonna abolish the filibuster. They're gonna stack the Supreme Court. They've already said it. That's what their plans are. They're going to stack the Supreme Court. They're going to try to make D.C. a state, even though it's barred from being a state in the Constitution. And Puerto Rico has voted multiple times not to become a state. So, or is it your intent to deport people who don't have a criminal record? The policy has to be: you came to the country illegally, you got to go out. However, you've seen. You're going to go out, and we're going to work with you, and you're going to come back into our country legally. Yeah. Deport them all.
Is it your intent to deport people who do not have a criminal record?
We have to start off with a policy, and the policy has to be: you came into the country illegally, you're going to go out. However, you've also seen you're going to go out, we're going to work with you, and you're going to come back into our country legally.
Is it your intent to deport?
Joe says, I try to be an honest man. I think Trump has been too soft with the illegals thing. The Senate can always vote the filibuster back in later. Yeah, they can. PR has also voted yes for statehood and also to remain in the current status. Yeah, I mean, years ago they voted yes for statehood, but all the recent votes have said no, they like it the way it is. They don't want to be a state because there's certain things that they don't have to do because they're not a state, like certain taxes they don't pay, if I'm not mistaken. There's certain things they don't pay. And so they like it that way. Here we got President Trump just clapped back at 60 Minutes after they asked if prosecuting Comey and Bolton is political retribution. Oh yeah, no Fed income tax. I've never understood why it's so bad for the Dems to get their feelings hurt, but then they'd give a hoot if they heard anything else. It benefits them. Yeah. You know who got indicted? The man you're looking at. I got indicted and I was innocent, and I'm here because I was able to beat all the nonsense that was thrown at me.
James Comey, John Bolton, Letitia James were all recently indicted. There's a pattern to these names. They're all public figures who have publicly denounced you. Is it political retribution?
You know what? You know who got indicted? The man you're looking at. I got indicted, and I was innocent. And here I am because I was able to beat all of the nonsense that was thrown at me. And yet, when you go after a dirty cop like Comey, or a guy like Bolton, who I hear I don't know anything about it. I hear he took records all over the place. Who knows? Letitia James is a terrible, dishonest person, in my opinion.
Did you instruct the Department of Justice to go after
Not in any way, shape, or form. No, you don't have to instruct them because they were so dirty, they were so crooked, they were so corrupt that the honest people we have, Pam Bondi's doing a very good job.
James Comey, John Bolton, Letitia James were all recently
Hmm. All right. Then we got this. We got the fat slob prickster. We need to identify. I'm sorry, but Potato Biden says we need to identify all the organizations and programs that circumvented lawful immigration. Yeah. Start with the Catholic Church, Catholic Charities. Prickster tells the conservatives to F off because we don't want porn in schools and don't want to teach kids that they can chop off body parts. He wants schools to groom kids. Disgusting.
They want to criminalize educators for supporting LGBTQ students. They want to turn classrooms into cultural war battlegrounds. And I'm sorry to be vulgar, but Donald Trump and his cronies can fuck all the way off. Let's talk about what we're up against in 2025. They want to criminalize.
Yeah. This is Pritzker's billionaire cousin who is funding the mutilating of children's bodies in the name of gender affirmation. This whole family is a threat to democracy. Meet Illinois Pritzker governor's cousin, Jennifer, a billionaire who's donated millions to organizations promoting trans issues. Well, that's a man. So this is it. You got a billionaire who's an insane tranny who is giving all this money and subverting all the minds of all the kids in the schools. That's what they do. So when we say, no, we don't want your trans shit in schools, that's us turning the schools into a culture war battleground. But them doing it, they started it. They're the ones doing the shit. They're the ones who turned it into a culture war battleground. Yep. That's a man, baby. The teachers union in Alberta freaked out when the provincial government removed sexual grooming books from school libraries. The schools removed a bunch of books to screen book burning censors. Yeah. Yep. That's a freakazoid. All right. Mm-hmm. And Switzerland, they have the concept of seasonal workers to help out the farming, picking. They're here for a while, then they go home. We have that here too. They're called migrant workers. We have migrant worker visas for people to come in. The problem is that they came in and then they don't want to leave. It used to happen for all the time. They would come and help picking in California, all the different places. They would come in and for this pick for harvest season, they would come in and pick, and then they would go home. And then come back the next year and pick, and then go home. Just they came and then they wanted to stay. All right, SNAP. For those of you who don't remember, Judge McConnell is chairman emeritus of Crossroads, Rhode Island. CRI is a major provider in the state's SNAP employment and training network, operating job training and workforce development programs funded through federal and state food assistance dollars. Show the real photo, Jim? No, I'm not going to show that photo. I thought that was Prisker's sister, not wife. Oops. Yeah, they came, they stayed, and wanted benefits. Yeah, that's with the makeup, yeah. Yeah, well, MTG advocates to keep illegals working for a construction company. So, I know. She's not no America First, is she? Not MAGA, is she? Not very MAGA at all. This organization reports roughly $30 million in annual revenue derived from government contracts and reimbursements tied to SNAP and related social service programs. McConnell, who presided over the recent case ordering Trump to continue SNAP funding during the shutdown, previously served as both a board member and chair of Crossroads, Rhode Island for 17 years and remained its chair emeritus. That long-standing financial and leadership connection raises serious ethical questions, as McConnell's ruling directly benefits an organization whose survival depends on the very stream of SNAP funding he's compelling the administration to restore. An apparent conflict of interest that undermines judicial impartiality and public trust. Proud Man Jim will be unveiled again. I want to keep winning. Thank you, Mr. President. Good job. Only being in 10 months. Yep. Yep. Me too. Yep. This is the guy who told Trump, just find the money. He's like, where are you supposed to find the money? Oh, just look for it. You'll find it. Just, I don't care where you get it from. Just get the money. You have to. Mm-hmm. This is the judge. Federal judge orders SNAP, raises ethical red flags. It says exactly, how can a judge highly involved in a nonprofit reliant on SNAP benefits rule on a SNAP benefits case? It's a clear conflict of interest. Marxist judges don't care. It's all about power. Judge McConnell's ruling to force SNAP funding during the shutdown reeks of judicial activism and self-interest. America First Legal exposed his 17-year entanglement with Crossroads, Rhode Island, a group that raked in $128 million in taxpayer cash, including $18.6 million in 2023 alone. His failure to recuse himself while chairing an organization dependent on federal handouts isn't impartiality, it's corruption. The AFL complaint nails it. McConnell's decision directly enriches a nonprofit he's still tied to, violating judicial ethics. Trump's freeze aimed to stop reckless spending, but activist judges like McConnell prioritize bureaucratic grift over fiscal sanity. Time to impeach and restore accountability. Like this guy says, if the First Circuit doesn't stay the SNAP ruling Monday morning, SCOTUS should stay it Monday afternoon. This judge concluded that complete relief requires universal injunction because plaintiffs are geographically diverse. But complete relief means complete relief to the individual plaintiffs to the suit, who are made whole if their benefits are restored. The judge's reasoning is entirely circular and contrary to Trump v. CASA by relabeling universal relief as complete relief, without understanding the object of the relief, the particular plaintiffs, which is the whole question. Yeah. Court watchers are wondering how McConnell, once a major Democrat donor, is distinguished Trump v. CASA to justify universal relief. He addresses it in a footnote. In effect, if your ask is big enough, then it's okay. Yeah. Given the geographic diversity and the membership as well as the injuries certain plaintiffs suffer from elimination in their communities, a limited order would not provide complete relief. Next week's arguments before SCOTUS for the tariffs will be interesting. I don't know how that's going to go. I really don't. Because I think Trump might have played a little fast and loose and used it a little more for negotiating deals than what it's actually supposed to be used for, which is to solve issues. Like, I don't know. I don't know. Hey, we've been going for 2 hours and 40 minutes now, and there is 127 people watching on YouTube right now, and only 103 likes. 125, 103 likes. So 25 people. Get to hitting the like buttons, peoples. Come on, let's go. All right. And if you like the show and you want to see more of it, we are $70 away from a second additional hour. We got about 47 minutes to go till the goal ends. So if you want to see the show continue another hour after that, please consider donating on either PayPal, Cash App, YouTube Super Chats, or Rumble Rants, or gifted memberships are nice too. But just saying, just saying. Mm-hmm. This just shows why when multiple states sue the federal government, then it should be a case of original jurisdiction for SCOTUS. Similar to states' lawsuits against each other, or states having to bring their own case in their own jurisdiction. Subdivisions. Uh-oh. What's up, Chris? How you doing? Damn it, stop telling me what to do. I can only slam the like once. Great job, Jim. Hey, thanks for stopping by, Chris. Great to see you. If you guys ever if anybody here likes to hear karaoke singing, Chris is excellent at karaoke singing. He does it all the time at night. He sings songs. You tell him what songs you want to hear, and he'll sing them. And he sounds like he does these impressions. They're so good. He makes you think it's the real person. Mm-hmm. Since the SNAP program officially ended in 2018 and has been on a CR life support since, it should legally have ended the minute the government shut down and funding ended, requiring congressional action to make a new program. Yes, it would make sense. Yeah, you love karaoke? Yeah, check him out, Julio. Yeah, he sings. He's got a whole setup and different stuff. He sings all different songs, and it's really, really good. Check it out. Really, really good. It's Subdivisions and on YouTube. What? Thanks, Jim. Unfortunately, karaoke has to go to Rumble now because YouTube has struck me down. X and Rumble. What? They struck you down for singing karaoke? How is that? That ain't cool. That ain't cool. When's the birthright hearing? When is the birthright hearing? I think that's not till January. I think the Supreme Court put the birthright hearing stuff off to January. All right, this is a story which I don't know, man. I saw this and it bothers me because I like Tucker Carlson, but this is crazy. You know, I think Tucker's great. I mean, some of the stuff, I mean, I don't know. Anyway, but it says, we're going to cancel them and deplatform them. It's called the market system. Mark Levin's rant at the Republican Jewish Coalition Conference comes just days after Tucker Carlson's interview with Nick Fuentes. Now, has anybody seen the Tucker Carlson interview with Nick Fuentes? Has anybody seen it? Because I watched it, and I didn't really hear anything come out of this Nick Fuentes' mouth that sounded, you adore Mark Levin? Yeah, but what about Tucker Carlson? Like, I don't understand this. I don't understand this. I really don't. I mean, I watched the interview just because I was like, I wanted to see. It's literally fascism. I wanted to see what all the hubbub was about. And I did not hear anything. I didn't hear anybody say anything like in that whole interview that was insane. It says they lost their damn minds. Yeah, so let's hear what this guy has to say.
Hitler admirers, Stalin admirers, Jew haters, American haters, Churchill haters. You're damn right we're going to cancel them and deplatform them. It's called the market system. They don't have a lifetime job like a bureaucrat who we're going to protect. And if they're your friend, there's something wrong with you. No Hitler admirer, Holocaust denier, platformer should be anybody's friend, as a matter of fact. You don't get to wrap your psychotic, mental, unhinged, Nazi, Klan, jihadist bullshit around American patriotism. You don't get to claim.
Now, here's the problem, though. I mean, we've just spent well over several years with the left calling us Nazis. And, yeah, that's a lot of fun words right there. Yeah, says who? And we said, like, you shouldn't be calling us Nazis because they're calling us Nazis so that they can kill us. That's what they're doing. They don't call you a Nazi because you're a Nazi. They call you a Nazi because it gives them permission to kill you. But now here's these guys on the right calling other people on the right Nazis. They're doing the same shit. Yeah, it's too loose with these descriptors. Yeah, it's crazy. There is no Nazis. There's not any Nazis. There's like 10 Nazis in the country, and they're all got skinheads and tattoos and stuff. And I just got used to be calling a racist Nazi. Now I'm confused. Yeah, it's crazy. I don't like Mark or Tucker enough to lose my shit over what they say. People need to listen. Fuentes, does he know that's a Spanish name? What's his problem? I think, yeah, it's drama, drama, drama. Yeah, this Illinois, I fucking can't stand Illinois Nazis. Neocon, Rhino. I mean, these are neocons. Levin, these guys, Mark Levin, he's a neocon. All right. He is. It's just like the BLM talking points. Lol. Trucker is just annoying, but not a Nazi lover. Like, I don't get it. Like, Tucker's not a Nazi. I don't understand it.
You're MAGA and America first when you're lining up with the Marxists and the Islamists and Hamas and the terrorists. That's not America first. That's sick.
How is Tucker aligning with the Islamists and the terrorists? Fuentes has said a lot of really bad stuff. I don't know how much he believes and how much it is to get attention. Mm-hmm. The woke right, they are infected with the liberal pathogen. Yeah. Yeah, like these guys, and then you got people like, I think it's James Lindsay, that are calling people woke right, but he's not going to call these people woke right. Oh. Yeah. Oh, Julio says, give Bella a pat on the head after the show from Uncle Julio. Well, we will. And with that, $10, we are now $60 away from a second additional hour. That's right, folks. $60 away from a second additional hour. Thank you, Julio. And what would they call actual Nazis in today's age? They would make up a new word like, you're a canoodle. Yeah. I mean, the fascists are the people that are out there beating people in the streets and doing all this stuff, trying to shut stuff down and talking about overthrowing the government. I mean, that's fascism. Antifa is like communist authoritarians. They're more fascist than anyone else. These anti-fascists, just like Reagan said, if fascism ever comes to America, it will come under the guise of anti-fascism. Reagan said that. That's a Reagan quote. Fuentes is 100% performative, but that doesn't mean he's wrong. I don't know enough about him. He's a kid, you know. Fuentes is a kid. Bella thanks you, Uncle Julio. Yes, she does. And they're going to rally for another hour. Am I the only one that just sees Fuentes as a young fool? Yeah, he's a kid. I mean, come on. He started saying all this stuff when he was like 18. I mean, that's a child. You know, that's a child. You know, I don't know if he like what he believes anymore or what's real. You know. Next level is Nazi with a silent G. That's him. All right. That's what Mark Levin has to say. And who's them? Talk about the woke right. All right. And then we got this from and then Rich Barris says like this. This is how I feel about it. The symbolism of the Republican Jewish coalition suggests subversion. Yeah. That's Richard Barris, Richard Barris is great if you want to see polling with no bullshit, and he'll explain you what it means, and actual polls, not cute. He'll show you that he breaks the numbers down, does everything like really good. The People's Pundit, really good, really good. He does a lot of good stuff. It says 8 weeks ago, everyone on the right agreed that calling someone a Nazi or equating them to Hitler leads to unstable and or misled people to commit acts of violence against those accused. Today, people proclaiming to be on the right did that en masse to loud applause. Yeah, Charlie Kirk started young too. Look how influential he became. I don't know. I mean, I just don't. I mean, I don't see. Yeah. Rich Barris is really good. Rich is a smart guy. Yeah, he's really good. Really good. And you got Matt Walsh says, while conservatives rip each other into shreds, an Islamic communist is about to take over the biggest and most important city in our country. And the far left Somali con artist is about to take over one of the largest cities in America's heartland. But yeah, let's stay focused on gossip and drama. It's not like our country's in the middle of a hostile foreign invasion as we speak. I can't believe I agree with Matt Walsh. I would think Matt Walsh would be out here screaming the same shit because of Ben Shapiro. There are two massive elections, New Jersey and Virginia, which Democrats could lose. If they win, their morale will be boosted and the no kings will intensify. I am a sinner and I enjoy gossip and drama as much as anyone, but I would like to see these very important races covered too. You're so angry you're going to order DoorDash? I agree with Walsh on this one. Yeah. I really wish we could have had Charlie Kirk around for many more years than we did. I'm really proud that we got to see him in our lifetime. He's a good guy. It says, Gene made a machine. Jojo made it go. Art blew a fart and blew the whole goddamn thing apart. This is the world we live in a nutshell. Lebanon's ilk are great in pigeonholing the right with myopic hysteria only serving lies real interest in eroding our liberties for it. I agree with Walsh most of the time. Watching Jim's expression as he reads this is priceless. Yeah, it was your son-in-law worked for the Daily Wire and said Matt's a good egg. Same with Ben. Yeah. And then we got this. We got Rep. Randy Fine calls Tucker Carlson the most dangerous anti-Semite in America. Really? Tucker Carlson is the most dangerous anti-Semite in America, saying a dark force is rising and comparing his supporters to a modern-day Hitler Youth. Fine says Carlson doesn't belong in the MAGA movement due to his criticisms of Israel. I think you can criticize Israel and not be anti-Semitic. I don't understand that at all. The government of Israel has has the the welfare of Israel at its heart, not all Jewish people, not what this is crazy. Like, that's not how it works. If somebody's saying the Jews, then they're talking about Jews and probably anti-Semitic. If they're talking about Israel, they're talking about a country and a government which changes hands in different parts of government. They have a right-wing government, left-wing government, different governments. I mean, I don't know. I mean, even Joe, an Orthodox Jew, criticizes the government of Israel. Is Joe an anti-Semite? That's insane. Yeah. Biden sure as heck didn't represent the people of the United States.
But I'm here for the kids down here because it's easy to talk about anti-Semitism on the left. I want to talk about the dark force rising on our side.
Tucker is MAGA?
Multiple speakers have talked about the rise
I always
of
thought Tucker
anti-Semitism.
was MAGA. I mean,
But it is not enough to speak in platitudes or generalities about the fight. We must call evil by its name. 5 years ago, if I was talking to my father, who's watching, hi Dad, if I was talking to my father at 8:59 p.m. at night, he would say, Randy, I gotta go. Tucker Carlson's gonna be on. But make no mistake, today, Tucker Carlson is the most dangerous anti-Semite in America.
do you think it's I from what I've been seeing though, Chris, it looks like the polling is tightening up a little, like that Cuomo is closing the gap. Like Mandani has not crossed 40%. He's still around 39-40%. So and Cuomo's around 35-36%. So I have a feeling maybe it's possible if enough people just go out and vote, Cuomo could win. But I mean, Sliwa is stuck at around 24-25%. So I mean, it's just like basically like I don't know. I mean, anything can happen. But I mean, they're really going all out with the stuff to try and stop Mandani. But I don't know. Can we just wall off New York City? It's tightening up because of fear, but New York City's a train wreck. I know, but I mean, Mandani has not been able to pass 40%, which it's too bad that there's not like a rule where if you don't hit 50%, there has to be a runoff or something like that. Escape from New York. Yeah. Calling people names, calling them dangerous. It's leftism, not free speech. Let idiots speak so we know who they are. Some weird coalition doesn't get to decide who gets a platform. Yeah. Are the little hats held on by suction? No, they actually use bobby pins, I think, if I'm not mistaken, like to hold them on, like hairpins, bobby pins. I hope Zamboni loses and Cuomo wins. I threw up in my mouth a bit. Yeah, like Sliwa can't win. There's no way Sliwa can win. It's not going to happen. I mean, even if Cuomo dropped out, Sliwa wouldn't win. I just don't see it happening. You know, I'm not saying Sliwa should drop out, but you know, if Mandami wins, it's on the Democrats that Mandami won. It's on them. They did it. They have to eat it. Yeah, free buses, government supermarkets, tax the rich more because, like, well, no cops get attacked. You get a social worker. What the heck is going on? It's insane. Yeah. I think what's going to happen if he does win and he pulls that shit, Chris, it's going to get way worse because you're going to see the New York Stock Exchange come to Florida. They've already got servers here, and they've already talked about it. That they'll boogie. The guys will all leave. It's gone. There will be no New York Stock Exchange. That money will leave New York, along with a lot of other people are going to flee. So it'll be a sucking sound. It'll be like NAFTA, but New York will be the epicenter and all going south. And I'll just be mad because it's getting too crowded here in Florida, man. You know, it's too many people from New York here. Sorry. The giant sucking sound. Yeah. Just like Purdue said. Ross Perot, but I call him Purdue because he looked like that chicken guy. Yeah. Is New York Stock Exchange going to Brickell? Yeah. They've already got servers in Brickell. They're going. If Mandami wins, guaranteed that they will be in Miami. And all the people have been looking for houses. A lot of them have houses here already. You missed Perot's PowerPoints. Yeah, he was a good guy. Dang it, I like Sliwa. He's a diehard New Yorker for sure, but it was a force back in the day at the Guardians. Oh yeah, he's a great guy and all that stuff, but he can't win New York. He can't do it. He's no way. Even if Cuomo dropped out, I don't think Sliwa would get probably maybe 32, 33% of the vote. All the rest of the people would either not vote or vote for Mandami. But, I just don't see it. I'd rather have Sliwa's cats in the mayor's office, for fuck's sake. Yeah, but it's not going to happen. He can't win, right? I mean, he's just mathematically, even Ant said it. He likes Sliwa, he's not saying, but it's not going to happen. That's the problem is the beret makes him look like a Temu Street Fighter. And the problem, we need to suck in Florida. We hate everyone coming here. Yeah. Like they had the debates with all three of them. Yeah, he's not winning, sadly. No, he's not. They had the debates, and Sliwa said he wouldn't work with Trump on immigration. He said he wouldn't let the NYPD work with the National Guard, all this stuff. So, like, what's the difference? What did Sliwa say that was different from what Cuomo or even Mandami said? I mean, yeah, Sliwa's a New York Republican. That's not a regular Republican. Anyway, let's listen to what this Florida Republican is saying. Randy Fine's a Florida congressman.
He has chosen to take on the mantle of leader of a modern-day Hitler Youth, to broadcast and feature those who celebrate the Nazis, those who call for the extermination of Israel, to defend Hamas, to even criticize President Trump for stopping Iran's nuclear ambitions. Friends, make no mistake, Tucker is not MAGA. Tucker's fall from grace has been one of the most extraordinary implosions in political history. And the rapidity of it has created real challenges for us all. Because our friends don't have our shared experience. I even deal with this with my colleagues in the House. See, they remember the Tucker of 5 years ago. They don't live with anti-Semitism every day. They don't think about it.
Oh.
And it's jarring for them to try to understand, how did this person become who he is today? But the challenge is he's inspired a movement of hate in our midst. And I'm not done calling people out.
Well, I'm going to say one thing to Randy Fine. Go fuck yourself, all right? You're not going to fucking blackmail people with this bullshit, all right? I'm sorry. I ain't buying it, all right? Why are these people applauding the crap? Yeah, he lives with anti-Semitism every day, yeah. Why are these people applauding this crap? It's what we call names. Kiss 26, make 28 goodbye. This is stupid. Yeah. He has no neck. Yeah, this guy just got elected. This guy just became a congressman. He only won because Trump appointed the guy who held the seat. This guy won a special election in Florida in a Trump plus like 20 district. He's got to go. I'm sorry. Sorry. Guy, no. No. I ain't buying it. Randy Fine calls Tucker Carlson the most dangerous anti-Semite in America. There's no way this guy didn't absolutely wreck a buffet before his speech. I mean, close it down hardcore. Yeah. He has chosen to take on the mantle of the leader of a modern-day Hitler Youth. Saying those words that he just said to me, he should be censured in the House. Should be censured in the House. It's unacceptable. You do not. Is Tucker running for office? He's being straw man. That's it. He's being straw man. This is ridiculous. There is no call for what Tucker has never said that Hitler was right or Hitler did anything. Tucker never denied the Holocaust. Tucker never did any of these things. Tucker talked to somebody. They did not. You know who else? But Tucker talked to Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes was on with what's his face? Patrick Bet David. Nobody said shit. he was on with Tim Pool. He was on with a bunch of people's shows. Nobody said a word, but now he goes on Tucker, and he's the Hitler Youth. Yeah, what did the Hitler Youth do? Yeah. My David, Patrick Bet David. Yeah, the guy from PVD podcast, whatever. Florida Republican Randy Fine takes issue with Tucker Carlson's recent ideological evolution, saying he's inspired by a movement of hate or myth. What? Yeah. Tucker is not a politician. He's a journalist who has garnered respect for sticking to his values and beliefs and questioning things. AKA, he has balls. The guy is completely out of his realm. Yeah. Tucker Carlson asks questions because this doesn't make sense. Something doesn't seem right. Yeah, if you joined the army at 15, you're a Hitler Youth, yeah. Yeah, Tucker got too close to truth, hit a nerve. Grifter, PBD. Yeah, PBD, there was some weird stuff. Like, I mean, he's rich. He's a billionaire from what I understand. But he did something very strange with some kind of almost like a Ponzi scheme, it looked like to me, or pyramid scheme. And he got away with it, like selling something like insurance. I don't know. It sounds very grifty to me, but whatever. People paid him. He's singling out Carlson for leading a dark fort rising on our side, calling him the most dangerous anti-Semite in America. He has chosen to take on the mantle of leader of modern-day Hitler Youth, broadcast those features that celebrate Nazis. Who celebrates Nazis? Who defended Hamas? Tucker didn't defend Hamas at all. And he even criticized President Trump. So if you criticize President Trump for anything, that means you're what? Because I've criticized President Trump anytime he does shit I don't like. I criticize him. That's part of being an American. That's part of your right to do. Yeah, PVD started off as multi-level marketing. Yeah, that's what I thought. But I mean, this is ridiculous. So you can't criticize Trump? Like, I mean, for stopping Iran's nuclear ambitions. Well, I mean, yeah, right. Chris is right. What happened to tone down the rhetoric? Both sides just have issues with this because they want to gain opinionated, weak-minded people to back them. John Q. Public isn't dumb, but sadly a lot are. Yeah. Yes, thank you, Julio. Thank you. I need to support my own grifting. Even Jim himself, Bella. Hey! That idiot's is next to my district. He's in the wrong place to be saying shit like that. Daytona, Palm Coast, Ocala. I think he only got into that seat because it was a special election and he was a state rep or something, and he was able to basically get the nod from the Republican Party of Florida and get pushed in there. I don't see him staying in that seat. I see him getting primaried. Carson parted ways with Fox News some years back and has since taken positions and featured guests on his podcast that are anathema to Fine and other pro-Israel politicians on the right. Most of the theorists, activists, and promoters of socialism, communism happen to be from a certain Semitic demographic, but a certain shield always be waved when it comes up. Yeah. So I criticize Trump all the time. Am I a Nazi too? I don't know. Whoa. Oh, wow. Look at this. You're a good egg, Jim. I appreciate the show and the talk. I appreciate you, Chris. Thank you very much. Wow. And with that, we're $40, just $40 away from a second additional hour. That's right. Just $40 away. So if in the next 22 minutes we get another $40, we'll go another hour. Awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you. The most recent example was Carson doing a friendly interview that lasted more than 2 hours with Nick Fuentes. So if it would have only lasted an hour, it would have been fine. They got to throw in the time, who critics say is anti-Semitic and a white supremacist. So Nick Fuentes is a Hispanic white supremacist. Julio says, Jim's show is even better with subdivisions singing 80s hits in the background. So Julio's listening to your Rumble channel in the background. Most welcome. Yeah, I always check out Chris whenever he's on. I just let it play and listen to him. He does really good Pearl Jam. If you like Pearl Jam. I like Pearl Jam. During the interview, Carlson left unchecked claims by Fuentes about influence of so-called organized Jewry on the political process. At the same time, he maligned Christian Zionists such as George W. Bush and Ambassador John Bolton. Wait a minute. Ambassador John Bolton, the traitor who committed espionage, is being charged under the Espionage Act for hoarding secrets. That John Bolton? So he's not criticizable? You know, I mean, I'll criticize George W. Bush for walking back when he said we were going on a crusade after 9/11, because I was all for a crusade. Yeah. He does Bee Gees, Stone Temple Pilots, Alice in Chains, Barry Manilow. I do it all, baby. Yeah. Ant's really good too. Anthony Cumia's really good at karaoke. He does really good singing, especially as Neil Diamond is really good too. Anthony's. So I guess that's the story. And then, AJ Garnowski. Florida politics since 2014. He used to work at the Washington Post, New York Post, Washington Times. So I have to keep an eye on this guy. Keep an eye on him. All right, let's jump over to the West Coast now. Sports ball. The Dodgers won in LA, so they're going to riot. Downtown Los Angeles has already declared an unlawful assembly. The Dodgers won the World Series, so they're rioting. Rioting, yeah. That was a great baseball game Saturday night. What a series. Yeah, it went 7 games. So.
Let's get to our Tom Wade, who is live in Echo Park, where things are getting a bit out of hand. I see a crowd there. Tom, how rowdy is it right now?
You know, it's more festive than anything, but yeah, people are pretty fired up. Maybe some of them had a few cocktails. There were, some people doing donuts. Obviously, that's not a good thing. They've got the street here at Echo Park in Sunset pretty much locked down. Lots of people out in the street. Nothing. I would say too alarming. It's definitely I think people are pretty just excited. There's a good mood. I think you might get a little bit concerned as the hours go by, and you just don't know. Maybe it's a little bit unpredictable. Maybe a tad volatile. But right now, it's just a lot of people playing music, hanging out. But we do hear some engines revving up. We see some fireworks going off. But I got to say, people just generally in a really good mood here. And we were downtown just a short time ago. For folks who maybe were watching, everyone's just so happy. They're just the vibe is just absolute joy. And I think given what we've been through in LA in the last year, just so much, right? The fires. There's been a lot of turbulence that we pushed through in Los Angeles. And I think people just are so happy to go out together and party in the street. Obviously, this can't go on for too long, right? Because police will probably start to do some crowd control here at some point. There's also on the utility pole there, on the light post. Maybe not. Maybe that's probably not. But he's just hanging out right now. I got to say, there's just a lot of joy out here. Just a lot of people to be celebrating the Dodgers for second consecutive World Series victory, and I think they just want to share that joy with a lot of people, but they might have to share that joy on the sidewalk soon. We'll see how police out here handle it, but again, right now, just honking right now is walking down the street. Let's keep walking down. Ben.
Fireworks.
Yeah,
Fireworks are illegal in California.
I want to get down to see these Waymos though, because I just talked to 2 gentlemen who said there were 2. Hey, Ben, watch out. There's a car right behind you. I think right beyond where we're standing right now is right over here. So we're going to go right over. Hello. We're just going to bounce over here real quick and see what's going on.
Tom, we want you to stay safe, of course. Your safety is #1 as well. And those commercial break
Dodgers would be deported too.
All night that those have been kind of something they've been keying in on as you said, just not being a safe situation for people with crowds. Because at one point we saw
totally. If you're right on top of it.
Exactly. And if it's not going in the air, it goes into a crowd.
Waymo situation, we saw that during some of the unrest during the aftermath of the beginning of those immigration raids. I think I see it coming up here. Ben, as we're taking a long walk. Let's see what we got over here.
What, they burn
All right,
Waymos
let's see
again?
here. Okay. I think this is the area. I'm looking, guys, but off the side. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, we'll send it back to you guys. Well, there's the Waymo right over there, right in front of us. You can see. So yeah, we do have some damage here, and that's obviously a big concern. So, but I'll send it back to you guys.
Yeah, you see it, the tagged Waymo there.
Yep. Tagged Waymo there. All right, we got this other video to watch, so. See. This guy's going to show some videos of the riots and stuff. Let's see what he has to say.
Chaos erupts overnight in Los Angeles after the Dodgers win the World Series.
In a lot of different ways, some businesses, driverless cars, and metro buses were vandalized overnight before police moved in to break up those crowds. Some of the officers there patrolling the streets on horseback as people were told to leave that area.
Looks like a bus has been tagged here on Olympic and Grand, where you have a police line.
Yeah, they used to teach the horses to spit on them and kick them and do stuff like the horses used to be very good at. They used to use them for crowd control.
And speed takeovers on the other side.
I see OJ and he's scared. Baba booey, baba booey, baba booey. That's a Porsche, ain't it? Ain't that a Porsche? Oh, come on, get a couple, at least get a couple of them. Get a couple of them. This is crazy. This is why you need a bang bang. It was a Porsche, it's now a Fiat. Those kids need some time in juvie. Yeah, jumping on a car to handle when they get sent. See, listen, listen. I'm from Chicago, all right, and I'm going to tell you something. Every time the Bulls won a championship, it was way worse than this. It was just an excuse for people to do it. I mean, it got crazy. It got nuts. when the Bulls won. Especially that three-peat, that was nuts. And then the second three-peat, crazy. It got crazy. They didn't riot when the Cubs won. Not so much. I don't remember. The Bears won in '85, but I don't even remember. I was young. I don't know if anything happened then. But when the Sox won or the Hawks won, I don't remember it being that crazy. But when the Bulls won, they got nuts.
Off the fucking
They're attacking the fire truck?
Now, folks, it's always good to celebrate when your team wins. However, this looting, lawlessness, craziness, they were smashing vehicles, kicking doors, busting windows, jumping on anything they could find, spray painting and tagging. This is criminal.
Yeah, it's criminal. Criminal behavior. It needs to stop. Needs to stop. Needs to stop. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Dodgers World Series win sparks chaos in LA streets. Police deploy tear gas after being struck by fireworks and bottles. Erratic Dodgers fans took over the streets in Los Angeles to celebrate the team's second straight World Series title early Sunday morning, while police officers were struck by industrial-sized fireworks and bottles. What are industrial-sized bottles? Charles Barkley told the Bulls not to win at home to save the city from riots. I was inside Soldier Field at a Grateful Dead concert that night. Yeah. The stock in Krylon is up 300% in aftermarket trading. Yeah, but how will we learn how to make tacos without them? It's a reasonable trade. Thousands of Angelinos converged around the city after the Dodgers clinched their thrilling extra innings 5-4 win in Game 7 over the Toronto Blue Jays. However, police were forced to deploy tear gas and less lethal weapons once the rowdy revelers escalated their celebrations. Industrial-sized bottles, 2 liters? I was thinking maybe they had to be like, gallon bottles or, like the jugs. Maybe they were the jugs like the, the old moonshiners used to use where they blow on the jugs. They were blowing on the jugs. Maybe it was those type of jugs. Cops in LA are eunuchs. A dispersal order was declared in downtown LA around 12:30 a.m. Did anyone listen? Did anyone listen to the dispersal order is the question. Mm-hmm. When police said officers were being hit with fireworks and bottles, large pyrotechnics were also launched at a crowd of people, and officers conducted crowd control near Sunset Boulevard and Echo Park, blocks away from Dodger Stadium. Echo Park, from what I can remember, is a very Hispanic neighborhood. Yeah, jokes on LA. Game 8 of the World Series is tomorrow. Yeah, and that getting played at home in Japan. The overrun cops were given the go-ahead to use less lethal munitions to disperse the crowds that failed to listen to the verbal orders. A large crowd in the downtown area allegedly vandalized an autonomous vehicle. Yeah, allegedly. It's not like we saw a video of it. Several cars took over an intersection of Pacoma neighborhood. Pacoima? I don't know. And did donuts and burnouts, creating smoke to thrill the crowd that had gathered. Roughly 350 to 400 people were at the intersection. Yeah, water cannons would work great. We need to bring them back, definitely. They used to just use fire hoses, but water cannons would work. Police on horseback push a woman back as they disperse a crowd. Don't touch the horse, lady. Dodgers families. Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass encouraged residents to bask in the wind, but condemned violent celebrations. Yeah. What are the driverless Teslas going to do when they're surrounded like this? That will be fun. Yeah, like the Waymos are one thing, but Teslas might defend themselves. You heard Elon's dropping flying cars soon. LA is just a lawless place. Bring back the German Shepherds too. Be nice. Once again, we showed the world that LA is a city of champions. Celebrate safely and responsibly, Dodgers fans. LAPD is on a heightened alert, coordinating with local regional law enforcement. There will be no tolerance for anyone who tries to take advantage of this win. During last year's celebrations, a 25-year-old Dodgers fan partially blew off his hand with a firework after setting off a firework. Uh-oh. The firework blows up in his hands before he can place it and walk away, covering him in smoke and spraying sparks and blood across the avenue. Other celebrations across the city remained peaceful, with joyful fans decked out in Dodgers gear. One dog owner held up his pooch, an alleged Dodgers fan, and celebrated with other fanatics on Atlantic Boulevard. She's been waiting for this day, owner Eddie told KTLA while he held his dog Pebbles as the fireworks exploded overhead. That's a trophy. That's not a dog. Add cayenne pepper to the water cannons. Well, yeah, or actually they need to add that, like the dye that, that you have to use like the whatever it is, the dye that you can't see unless you use a fluorescent light or iridescent light, like a black light. That way you can find out people later. They'll be covered in it. You'll say, oh, look, it was you, and then arrest them. That's what they do in foreign countries. Toronto had a great team, but we're the greatest, he said. It's crazy out here, back to back. Steve Gomez told the LA Times, LA never gives up, man. Like Kobe said, the job isn't finished. Well, how's Kobe doing now? This is LA. We've all coming together as a community, Gomez said. President Trump offered congratulations to the World Series champs and extended an invitation to the White House. Congratulations to LA Dodgers, a game won by incredible champions. A lesser group of men would have never been able to win that game, or Game 6 for that matter. So many stars made it happen, and congratulations to the ownership. What a great job they have done. See you all at the White House. The Dodgers became the 14th team to win back-to-back World Series, and the first since the New York Yankees won 3 in a row between 98 and 2000. Dodgers co-owners and NBA legend Magic Johnson said the win was greater than the team. With the wildfires, we needed this. Dodgers co-owner and NBA great Magic Johnson told CBS LA. This helps bring our city back closer together. Does it? The Dodgers will fly to Toronto, from Toronto to Los Angeles Sunday, and the city will prepare for its second parade in the past year. The championship parade has been scheduled for Monday and will run through downtown LA with a ticketed celebration at Dodger Stadium, the team announced after the win. Magic Johnson is perhaps the dumbest person to ever speak into a microphone. He is very dumb. That's why he couldn't make it as an announcer. Because Charlie Sheen levies a stunning allegation against Bill Clinton. It just says LA police hit with fireworks bottles amid celebration. So there was a riot, CS gas, they did all that stuff. And what are the odds the Dodgers will be told to snub Trump? Maybe. I don't know. What about all those other teams? Those cities are doomed? I don't know. It could be. Maybe. He owns part of the Redskins now, and he's just as stupid here. Maybe. I don't know. We got this news coming out of the White House. I was trying to remind you, we're going 3.5 hours now, and technically the show should be ending because we didn't hit the goal, but I'm going to stay on for a little bit longer, and if we end up hitting, oh shit, I'm sorry, I didn't have this. I didn't have it up there. So we have $30 to go. No, wait, wrong one. I'm sorry. What was I doing? Oh, wait. Did I not change it? Hold on, let me look at something. No, so we have $40 to go. I'm sorry, we have $40 to go for the second hour. So thanks, Jim. I need company when I eat my shrimp. Yeah. So I'm sticking around for a little while. And if we do end up hitting the $40 while I'm going live, I will extend the show for the extra hour, even though we didn't come in under the goal. So just keep that in mind. If you want to donate and get another hour. Aren't the Redskins Commanders? No, they're Redskins. They will always be Redskins. He's eating Old Bay boil and peel and eat shrimp. That's what he's eating. Teamsters, airlines, air traffic controllers, and pilots associations call on the Democrats to open the government. We want to make sure that no family's left behind and Congress gets back in a room and makes the deal they should have made a long time ago. President of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters.
Today is important because it's the first payroll period where people are going without a check, and we want to make sure that no family is left behind and that Congress gets back in that room and makes the deal that they should have made a long time ago.
I'm here to advocate for the many folks that are going without a paycheck right now, that are federal employees charged with keeping our skies safe.
We hope that this comes to a conclusion really soon. People are suffering.
I met someone yesterday in Tulsa, Oklahoma. He's been with the FAA for 3 months. Moved to Tulsa, moved his family there. They have a newborn baby, and now he's not getting a paycheck, and that hurts people. It hurts people where they live, literally.
We're all here with the same goal. We want members of Congress to come together to pass a CR and get the government open so these folks don't have those distractions on their plate.
I really appreciate the leadership of the White House, the President, Vice President, Secretary Duffy. It's extremely important what all of you are doing in your leadership, and we really appreciate you bringing all of us together to hopefully end the government shutdown.
Yes, and the shutdown. And the shutdown. The Teamsters and all these people came together to tell you to, stop the shutdown. Shutdown drags on because Democrats prioritize expanding benefits for illegal immigrants over paying air traffic controllers. Where is Jimmy Hoffa? Yes, where is Jimmy Hoffa? More than likely buried somewhere. I don't know, probably in concrete under a building somewhere. Yeah, HR 2692 proves their hypocrisy, blocking tax deductions for union busting while letting bureaucrats siphon taxpayer dollars into migrant healthcare schemes. Teamsters and airlines are right. Democrats' open border spending addiction is holding aviation workers hostage. Every delayed flight traces back to their refusal to pass a clean CR without sneaking in handouts for illegals. Reopen the government, then debate policy, not while TSA agents miss paychecks. Hoffa went back to his home planet. And the shutdown so I can super chat. Yeah, don't they know the shutdown is costing me money? Joe would be super chatting if he was getting a paycheck. Now, this proves we need to get rid of the omnibus as a weapon to peaceful transfer of government powers. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. And look, we got a SNAP recipient for 3 decades. All right. The Democrats are stealing SNAP food from 40 million people. Well, let's hold that thought there, Mark, and listen to this. This is a person, she's been on SNAP for 3 decades. 3 decades. That's 30 years for you that can't count. When I heard $0, my chest went into my throat. New Mexico woman on food stamps for 30 years says SNAP freeze is detrimental to my life. I'm not going to say she's wrong, but at least she doesn't look like she's fat.
The first thing I did was grab my phone and call, and when I heard $0, my chest went into my throat.
Maggie Aragon has been a SNAP recipient for more than 3 decades. Even with these benefits, she says she also relies on food banks to get enough food.
I have depended on those benefits since the 1990s, and it's detrimental to my life if I don't get them.
There are more than 460,000 New Mexicans using SNAP benefits. Tonight, some of them telling us they don't have those right now. Friday, Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham announced $30 million in state funds would be used to supply SNAP users starting November 1st.
We're going to choose feeding families over politics. In New Mexico, we're going to do that right now.
The first thing I did was grab my phone and call, and when I heard $0, my chest went into my throat.
I don't know. I mean, she's 30 years she's been collecting SNAP. Now my question is that it's the New Mexicans, the new Mexicans. My question is, did she come in as an immigrant and then get put on right away, put on state benefits and stuff, and then because like I mean I don't want to sound like an asshole, but she doesn't sound like she's been speaking English her whole life, so that would mean that she wasn't born here and raised here and went to school here. That's my assumption, unless she has some kind of speech impediment. If that's some kind of speech impediment, I got that story beat. I personally know someone who's been on food stamps since they arrived during the Mariel boat lift in the 80s. Oh my God. Yeah, food stamps is a lifestyle. Why don't her kids feed her? That's a good question. They're probably on food stamps too. I can't give you any more power, Captain. Mm-hmm. I would, Jim. I would get me one of them memberships YouTube doesn't allow me to get. I don't know why YouTube doesn't allow you to get it. That's weird. We got another one here. And just remember, tattoos and nails ain't cheap. This woman vows to buy as much candy as possible with her food stamps once the government reopens, just to piss MAGA off. Yeah, the United States is becoming a worldwide food bank. I told you, I got some stories. I want to listen to some of them stories, Joe. I really do. Let's see, this woman is on food stamps. Look at this. All right. Why? Why?
I am a food stamp recipient, and I hope everybody knows that after this government shutdown and when all the food stamps come back, I can't wait to make a haul to make all of the maggots angry, okay? Because I am going to be buying candy and junk and soda and all the things, $200 worth. I don't even care, because screw you. Screw you for thinking that we shouldn't get good things in life, that we shouldn't even have food stamps because of the people who abuse it, okay?
She abuses it. Look at this lady. She's got thousands of dollars in tattoos. Thousands of dollars. She's got gauges in her ears. All this other shit. Yeah, no. No. Get a fucking job. Get a fucking job.
Like, it's funny because of the fact that we don't have food stamps for November, and I'm completely fine. I have so much meat in my deep freeze. I have so much food in the food pantry. I have so much food that me and my kids are gonna be fine. But it's
Somebody actually stuck their dick in that? What the fuck is wrong with you, men? Get better standards.
literally just the principle that you don't even care about kids starving. So, yeah, have the day you deserve.
Well, how many food stamps does she sell to pay for those tattoos? Who's going to tell her you won't be able to buy junk food anymore? Bet she has an OnlyFans too. Yeah, she needs the candy. I'd love to see her kids. Her fatherless kids. Oh shit, she has kids. That's what I said. That a 2 gram nose. yeah. Curious about the figures. No, you're fine. You're fine. She's slurring big time. Yeah, she says, fine. I got all meat in my big deep freeze. My pantry's full, so she doesn't need the food stamps. So she's got plenty of money. There should be a limit of time that you can get food stamps if you're a healthy person, 5 years max. Should be something. Like that's what they tried to do with the, if she's even telling the truth. I think a lot of these people are lying about stuff. Not all the states have agreed to deny junk food like my stupid blue state. I think the federal government can set the standards since they pay for it, though. One can hope is wishful thinking. Certain ethnicities aren't picky. 3 months. What do you mean 3 months? American citizens shouldn't be forced to pay for this. Starving fat people should be required to rely on food pantries where people donate voluntarily, not by force. I'm so sick of feeding able-bodied Americans just for them to flaunt it.
I'm gonna close it on my bitches. This shit overly loaded. All these rats on me, I can't even hold them. Sheesh! Look at that motherfucker. Look at that motherfucker. Loaded. 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 Load. Loaded. Load.
I don't think any states are still using paper food stamps.
Loaded.
Yeah, this all is
Not
revealing
too
our
much on
government
me,
fails
y'all.
to
We couldn't
vet
get much
properly,
meat to
nor
the
do they
refrigerator.
care
I don't know
about the
the past,
fraud.
so what the fuck more can we do? But we're gonna have to go back and get some more shit, cause we still ain't loaded. Oh no.
I mean, what? Clearly somebody's getting way too much money from food stamps if they bought all that on food stamps and they're over here bragging about it. That's all I'm saying. So here we got NBC visits food banks to shoot propaganda clips on EBT pause blaming Trump. And food bank staff say they're shattering records for people showing up and standing in line. And the serious question is, if these people can show up and stand in line here, why can't they do it for job applications? So how are they selling their food stamps for cash? They sell their cards. They sell their cards. They go with the people with their card or let people take their card. You know what I mean? Someone gives them their card and their PIN number, they go use it, and then they just report it stolen, or they get it back from them, or they go with people, and they go with them, and they buy their stuff, and they give it to them. This is getting me pissed. I swore to protect those pieces of shit for 27 years in the military and other places, over 30 years for this to be happening. I don't get it. People that I know actually need help and can't get squat, but people like this get hundreds per month, thousands per month, thousands per month, thousands per month. Yeah. It's why they allow the systems to go obsolete. Fraud is easier. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
We're here outside a food bank in Los Angeles. You can see the long line of people here right now that are lining up to get food assistance.
This is what we've seen across LA and across the country as the government shutdown has put SNAP benefits in jeopardy for 42 million Americans. On Friday, a federal judge ordered the Trump administration to distribute payments as soon as possible. President Trump said that he's going to ask the court how the government can legally fund that program during the shutdown. He says that if it's legally possible, he will give the funding, but even
Possible,
so,
some kind of reset that they're doing something.
Multiple people have told us over the past few days that this is their first time coming to a food bank. We went to one food bank here in LA that told us they are seeing record numbers of people showing up.
We're shattering records that you don't want to shatter. We had 803 families all alone last week, and we're going to pass that.
I also met the Leal family, and they have 5 children under the age of 13, including 2 10-month-old twins. They get $750 a month in SNAP or CalFresh benefits, and without that, they are very scared about how they are going to make ends meet.
Have you ever been to the food bank before?
No, we never have.
The husband says that he works as a contractor, but work has been slow. He attributes that to inflation. And the mom, Jocelyn, says that she hasn't been able to go back to work because of the high cost of childcare. What she would make wouldn't cover the cost of having care for her children.
What is your message right now to the federal government?
I mean, what can we say? It's unfair what they're doing. Very unfair.
Well, they cut out, NBC cut out the part because I saw that woman talking and saying that, that she didn't ask for those kids. I didn't ask for these kids. Someone's got to pay for them. Crazy. Your monthly SNAP is $69. It goes on an EBT card. I can only use it for food, and that's just fine. These stories just blow your mind. Yeah, I don't understand it. One family I knew about 20 years ago were dirt poor. She had diabetes and couldn't get insulin. Social services told her she would divorce her husband. If they were divorced, she would qualify. Yeah, crazy. I know so much about that freaking fraud and how many people give their life for these monsters. No one appreciates it. You have to go back. My household of 3 makes $37,000 with a disabled adult. Heck, when the government opens back up, I'm applying for SNAP. Yeah, you should be able to get it. Definitely. For Medicaid, her and her husband could still live together. She's just not be married to meet the requirements. At least the country is learning how and who is grifting $4,000 a month. Yeah. The EBT pause exposes a harsh truth. Work requirements exist to prioritize taxpayers over dependency. The Improving Access to Nutrition Act of 2025 eliminates SNAP work mandates aims to eliminate SNAP work mandates entirely, rewarding idleness while punishing workers. Democrats push to scrap the Section 6 of the Food Nutrition Act. It's about hunger relief. It's about normalizing permanent welfare enrollment. Food banks lines prove able-bodied adults can mobilize. They just lack incentives when government subsidized non-work. Medicaid's collapse under illegal immigration strain shows what happens when accountability vanishes. NBC's narrative ignores that 65% of food insecure workers cite low wages from the Biden-era policies, not Trump's enforcement. Real solutions demand jobs first economics, not eternal handouts. That's the thing too. Like a lot of people don't remember. I don't know if you maybe do remember that all the jobs that were created under Obama, all that whole job push when they did all this stuff, it was all minimum wage jobs. All the growth was minimum wage jobs. That's it. That's all the job growth. Minimum wage jobs. That's not good. That's not real job growth. Yeah. EBT is a delivery system via electronic card for many benefits administered by states, including SNAP. Yeah. SNAP is be back after elections in a week. I'm tired of living on burger and potatoes. Beef is expensive, isn't it? I mean, chicken got really expensive too for a while because of the stuff. Shovel ready for minimum wage, yeah. Because I'm 63 disabled, I read $1,186 for Social Security a month and $24 a month in food stamps. What? How is that possible? How is that possible that you only receive $24 a month in food stamps? You should be getting way more than that if you only make that kind of money. Like, I don't know. Yeah, Obamacare killed full-time jobs. Yeah, they lowered from 40 hours to 35 hours. So now everybody works 32, 33 hours a week. It's crazy. It's crazy. Food stamps should be used to prevent starvation of those who can't help themselves, not subsidize laziness, entitlement, and excesses of the obese. Woman complains about using $20 of her own money instead of EBT to buy beauty products from H-E-B. I still got Emma fucking bills to pay. And I'm trying to spend that shit. I'm supposed to be getting food.
Yeah, them people really didn't give us our stamps. It's like day 2, you know what I'm saying? I get my shit on the first. You know what I mean? I'm first of the month around this bitch. But it's the second and I just went to go peek and I'm like, maybe they would have gave a little sprinkle. My bad. Them niggas ain't gave shit. I done took my ass to this motherfucking H-E-B that they just built over here in Rockwall or whatever by my house. First of all, that bitch is packed as hell. Beautiful store, real nice shit in there, deals out the ass. But I couldn't indulge because I ain't got no yamps. I just spent cash money on 5 items out the store. Mind you, it was only $20, but bitch, I still got bills to pay. I still got motherfucking bills to pay, bitch. I'm not trying to spend it on shit that I'm supposed to be getting food stamps for. Quit playing with me. Like, what the fuck? Where the pantry's at? For real. Yeah, them people really didn't give.
Yeah. I mean, it's nuts, right? Yeah. Those braids cost over $100. Oh, yeah. And like Julio says, go to a casino near the first of the month. You'll see where your taxes are going. The con of government job creation programs is that they get calculated back into GDP and should be excluded. Yeah. Crazy. I just got a $1 raise last month. Oh, salty sea. Congratulations. What are you going to do with all that extra money? He Dungarian. Hello, Jim and friends. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for stopping by, Dungarian. Great to see you. Please remember to hit the like button. She's in a pretty good mood for someone that's starving. Yeah. Maybe it's because we are following the rules under the law and they aren't. Where's the oversight? Doge at all. Yeah. They want free. That's the Gibbs me dats. Gibbs me dats. Gibbs. Mm-hmm. All right. This is a crazy story, man. I don't know if you guys saw this. New video shows rescue workers desperately trying to save the life of Uruapan Mayor Carlos Manzo after he was assassinated by a cartel while attending a Day of the Dead celebration. Donde los muertos? The dollar raise was for food stamps. Oh, what? The gibbers. Yep, they're the gibbers. For months, Manzo has pleaded with Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum for helping and combating the cartels in his city. When no action was taken, he spoke out against her in strong terms. In May, President Trump offered to send the U.S. military to fight the cartels in Mexico, but Sheinbaum rejected it and called for collaboration instead. Julio says, serious question. How did Mexico wind up with a female Jewish president? I don't know. And then she says, I live 15 minutes from Laughlin, Nevada. Laughlin used to be such a fun town. Is it still good fun there, or is it all fucked up? And you would not believe how many people blow their money before they pay their bills and rely on food stamps and the food banks. And he says, Jim, have you seen the reports of all the people that starved to death Saturday and Sunday? I wonder what the numbers will be tomorrow. Crazy. Crazy, 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 crazy. The Democrats are punishing the poor because they didn't vote for Kamala. I wonder if there's so many assassinations in Mexico, and that's your answer, Julio? I'm sure it had nothing to do with many of her opponents being helped to an early grave by her friends of the cartels. Yeah. Yeah, she's directly tied to the cartels. But hey, we've got the same problem here. We have senators serving in the United States Senate whose family members were leaders of cartels. Look it up. Ruben Gallego. Look that name up and find out who his relative was. Anyway. And Padilla, too, has ties to the cartels. Just saying. Yeah, corruption got her in. That's right. Gallego. And then look up the Thin Man. And you will see. Let's say a close look at Katie Hobbs would also reveal cartel connections. Yeah, she was doing a bunch of shit, laundering money with houses, buying houses and laundering money with cartels with houses and stuff. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Pelosi and Clinton are also from crime families. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yes. It's time to hunt the cartels down across the globe, even without approval of the governments whose countries they exist in. It's enough time. Mm-hmm. It's enough. Breaking Carlos Manzo, mayor of Uruapan, Mexico, has been assassinated by the cartels after pleading with President Claudia Sheinbaum to intervene in the city's cartel violence and heavily criticize her inaction. Same lady who saw 37 of her opponents pass away. So 37 of her opponents passed away. That's how she became president. This better not be like... I can't see anything. Can you guys see anything? It looks super blurry to me. The Thin Man sounds like a cryptid. Could be. Well, you know what? Has anybody, I'll just put it this way, has anyone, if anyone has seen the Netflix series Narcos, Mexico, raise your hand. Okay? The guy the person who was the head of that Sinaloa cartel, his last name is Gallego, and they called him the Thin Man. Narcos is a great series, yeah. Yeah, that gun sounded like a hi-hat on a drum. It sounded like it might have been suppressed. So, it was sounded like it might have been suppressed to me. And it might have been, not subsonics, but coming out of suppressor. The world has gone nuts. So, yeah, so that's Mexico. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And we got this. It says, Assassination Watch. Mexican Senator Tellez accused President Claudia Sheinbaum and her Morena party of being funded by cartels. She stated that these narco politicians protect the cartels once elected, indicating a deliberate alliance between the government and criminal organizations.
The president of Mexico is furious. She's calling Mexican Senator Lili Tellez a traitor for coming on Fox Noticias with me a few days ago and saying this. Listen.
The help from the United States to fight the cartels in Mexico is absolutely welcome, and that is how the majority of Mexicans feel. The only ones who don't like that President Trump is sending help and trying to support Mexicans against the cartels are the narco politicians. That includes President Sheinbaum.
Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum responding, saying, quote, "It's not a minor issue that a senator gave an interview to a foreign media outlet calling for intervention." Here to discuss is that Mexican Senator Lili Tellez. Senator Tellez, welcome to Fox Noticias. I'm just going to get right to it. Is Mexico a narco state?
Yes, it is. And we all Mexicans know about it. And Mexicans are afraid of the alliance between the Mexican government and the cartels that have infested our nation.
Can you explain this alliance between the president, her party, the Morena party, and the cartels?
Yes, the party has financed, has given, the cartels have given so much money to these politicians, narco politicians of Morena, to get into office, to get the power. So they protect, the Mexican government protects the cartels. That is why President Sheinbaum doesn't want the strong American leadership to help Mexico defeat the cartels. And also Sheinbaum doesn't want the rest of the world to know what is happening here in Mexico. We are on the steps to be the next Venezuela. She is aligned with Venezuela's dictator, with Cuba, and we are losing our country. They have destroyed our Republican institutions, the democratic state, and we must, I think we all Mexicans want and welcome the support of the United States to assist Mexican people against the cartels that have us all in this crisis with the traffic in fentanyl and migrants.
So her response to this, and I know this because her spokesperson came on our show in response to your interview, and they say, well, we just turned over 26 cartel members. We're working, we're sharing intelligence. What are they not doing? And why is she so resistant? She sort of speaks out of two sides of her mouth. We're working with you, Trump, and then she's chastising you for saying we need more help from the United States to crush the cartels.
Because she really doesn't want the help of the United States. She is lying to Mexican people, telling Mexican people that the United States will get in control of the whole country. Right. I never listened such nonsense from President Trump. What we have listened is that President Trump wants to help Mexican people against the cartels. Mexican people are suffering. So what they do is very, very little. We have huge narco politicians here in the Senate, in the presidents, governors. Mexico is a very dangerous place.
Well, that brings me to my next question, because you are speaking very bluntly, very clearly about Mexico being a narco state and the alliance and the connections to the president of Mexico. Are you afraid for your life?
Yes, I am afraid. And the president has threatened me to proceed against me with criminal prosecution, to get me out of the Senate and get me in jail just because I told you in this space and Fox News what is the reality of our country with the cartels. The cartels are dominating everything here in Mexico. They are in all the offices of the government, in the states, in the cities, and in the national government. So, of course, I am afraid, but I want people to know I will not step back. And I pray under God's guidance that we, the United States and Mexico, must work together to defeat the cartels and to get freedom for our country, for Mexico, to stop it from being the next Venezuela.
Senator Lily Reyes, a very
brave person. Well, we've been going over 4 hours now, so I gave everybody an extra half hour for free, hoping, praying that $40 would come in so we can extend another hour. But alas, it didn't come in. So I have to say good night to everyone, and I really appreciate you all being here. And I hope to see you all again Monday night for Jim Tells You, when Jim will tell you some more news on Monday night, because that's what Jim does. He tells you the news. And it is what it is. Please, if you haven't already, please hit the like button on your way out. And if you haven't subscribed, please consider subscribing. I mean, I think, let me see where we're at here. I think we might have finally hit the 1,600. Oh, wow, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. We hit 1,602 subs. So thank you to all you people who subscribed. We're finally over 1,600. That's great. That lady needs a machete to look out for her. Yeah, she does, definitely. So thank you, Jim. The CIA, DEA, ATF have been major contributors to the cartels of Mexico. Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, I mean, I don't, I'm not saying our government isn't the problem too, but, it is what it is. Anyway, another hidden tax on America, drug addiction. Yeah, it is. But anyway, so see you guys all Monday night, Monday night at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, whatever you call it. And we'll do another thing in the news. If you stick around and you go over to see Pat Dixon, tell Pat Dixon I said hi. He plays the piano and talks. There was nobody else live except for Pat, so it's about the only place I can send you. I don't see anybody else live. Yeah, no one else live. So that's it. That's what it is. So thank you, and I'll see you all later. Come on back for Jim to tell you the news.